focus on leadership, AI, infrastructure, and the future of intelligent systems in service ATM, particularly in Africa. His career gives us the perfect bridge between technical excellence, operational excellence, innovation, and executive leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in distinguished guest, innovation technology leader, asset professional, systems engineer, entrepreneur, and chief executive officer of MAPV, LDA, Avelino de Jesu Fernandez Dias. Please, let's welcome him. Thank you. Please. So I'm going to do this because he's speaking in both Portuguese and English. So, you're going to speak in both languages, so I need to wear this. Thank you once again. Yeah, after just over here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're just going to get started. Like I said, we're not talking tech, we're not talking technology, we're going to talk leadership, management, and all of that. That's what we're going to be talking about this afternoon. So, but we're going to infuse technology into it as well. So it's not just about leadership alone. So you're welcome, Mr. Avelino. And just to get an insight on your journey, your personal journey, okay? I'm going to start by allow you unpack your story, of how you started and how you got to where you are today. So I'm just going to ask, you started a career at ASEB, right? As a professional and engineer. Then today you're a CEO, you're a chief executive, managing a company. All right. So what was the turning point for you, really? What made that change? What made you move from core engineering business to now becoming an entrepreneur and also leader in that space, in the space of engineering, communication, and what made that change? And beyond the issue of making that change, at what point in your life, in your career, do you realize, okay, you know what? I think it's time to move away from core engineering into leadership, into management and all that. What inspired you to actually take that move? What happened?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for this conversation. And what I'm going to do is to, wherever I feel or whenever I feel comfortable, I will answer you in Portuguese.
Okay.
I will give some more details, probably in Portuguese. But just to make it easier, I will try to answer or to talk to discuss with you in English. Yes, going to your question. First of all, I have to say I owe loyalty to Enana and the former company. Yeah, because Enana was it's no longer existed. Yeah, and we have INA and SGA. So I hold loyalty, but what happened is I would like to share not a very good story. Yeah, it's a crazy history. Yeah, you see, to get retired, you have to attend either 35 years of service, or you should be 60 years old. But by 2010, I neither 35 years of service, neither 60 years old. I was something 50, I don't remember exactly. So, but I decided at that time that my time in Iran went over, it's gone. Yeah, I felt that my mission ended. Yeah, and I spoke to one of the board directors of FINA Banana at that time that okay, I'm going to another place and to yeah, but to continue to do yeah what I'm doing here, Tina, but the other side, to the other side. So what happened, in fact, I felt that mission ended and I decided to run a private company. Yeah, the question is, was it easy? No, it was not easy. Yeah, you see, I have to take a very big decision, a complete decision. Yeah, you see, I was familiar to so by the end of each month to receive something like 3,000 US dollars equivalent, and to start to myself do my salary. So yeah, just to have an idea, at that time, my wife also she was another employee. So it was difficult. It was not so easy to discuss Ibero to convince her that I'm just going just for another thing. Yeah, to do what I like to do. Yeah, even with respect to everybody at the end, yes, it was not so easy because there's one person, in fact, he was expecting me a lot. Yeah, and he was he was completely frustrated. He said that what else we should yeah here at the end, yeah, it was not happy with that decision. So this is so just to finalize. I might feel at that time it's okay. The mission ended.
So when you took that decision to retire, even though you've not worked up to 60 years of age or 35 years of service, you decided to retire from
Yes, in advance.
in advance, yes. So I see on your CV you have an MBA.
Yes, yes.
So what informed your choice of going to be an MBA? Why didn't you go and do the master's in engineering instead of MBA? Why did you take that decision to go and do an MBA instead of a master's in engineering?
No, in fact, I became MBA on entrepreneurship just 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, so yeah, the decision just to get an MBA in entrepreneurship and innovation is because yeah, when leading a company, yeah, you should not only leading a company, but we have to put in our mind that the world is continuously improving. Yeah, if you are running a company and you want to be competitive, yeah, you have to continue learning to update your knowledge. Otherwise, yeah, you will, for sometimes your company will be not competitive, and you become lost. Yeah.
So I like to underscore this, amplify this. You know, he said 2 things here, and it has to speak to leadership. Now we are engineers. That's who we are. But you hear him saying that it's important to have that management or leadership background. It doesn't mean have to do a master's degree. It can actually be short courses on management or leadership and all of that. That will equip you to be able to manage not just a company, but even your current position within your organization, because that's critical for you to be able to excel. You know, that's what I hear him saying, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so going forward, right? Just away from your personal journey. I know we're all ARM26 here, and some people here are not ARM26 as well. You know, and oftentimes we feel, as I said, we feel inferior to other professions within the aviation ecosystem. We feel the pilots are more superior because they're visible. We feel that the cabin air traffic controller is more superior because they're more visible to the public. So I like, from your experience, who is an ARM26?
An ARM26 is such person that isn't behind of sin. Yeah, it's a such person that no one or people do know them. Yeah. Especially if this ARM26 is maintaining such system that never goes down. Yes, there's such system that yes, I remember. Yeah, in past few years, it's a keep like a DME. This system is for sure is too much time. In fact, to go down or to go down or to become out of service, and that if nothing wrong happen, no, but I think the most important is for every ARM26 to assume that they have a mission. There's a part. They do a part of a mission of the in a company who is providing a traffic control service, and they have to put in their mind that they also have a responsibility. We have the pilot, we have the air traffic control, and themselves. Just to warranty a safe flight. So, but this is a recommendation that do not expect to be recognized. Please do your job. Do what you learn at school. Do what you learn at training centers. Your company invests in you. So please be confident in your, be compromised. It's a commitment. Yeah, it's a commitment. Yeah, thank you.
Man, this is a very valuable encouragement to accept, right? Do your job to the best of your ability with excellence. It's going to actually showcase us out there. Very simple term, like you said, we are behind the scene. Do not see us. We're not visible, right? In terms of we'll be in the face of the public. However, the job we do also speaks for itself. So, in very simple terms, what that basically means is that passengers, air traffic controllers, passengers see the pilots, air traffic controllers. That's what they see basically. They don't see us because we're not in the front facing of the public. However, in the aviation safety chain, we're very critical to ensure that safety happens in every space where we basically function. So that's important. So that should give us a different perspective to who we are. I know that we're very important. We're very critical to the safety of the airspace where we actually do work and all of that. That's very key. So from this, right? Given your leadership role in Anana, before you left, and across major national infrastructure projects. I mean, you worked with Boeing and all of that. You did some job with Boeing and all that. Okay, when you did the airport assessment and all of that, yeah. As well as your work with a technology company in Angola, now Mareva. You do Mareva, right? That's your company.
Marav.
Okay. So, however, we know that CEOs, they bother about people, politics, finance, pressure, and uncertainty. But we as engineers, what do we bother about? We bother about precision and logic. We care about this working. It must work the way it should work. The way the principles were told, it must work that way. But you see, as a leader, there's neither black or white. There's always a gray as a leader. So you need to be able to balance how you deal with people, how you deal with politics, stakeholders, interests, and all of that. How you manage finances. He mentioned the fact that he earns about when he was working, but now he has to think about paying people salary. Not even waiting for somebody to pay him salary. He's not thinking about, because he's the CEO of a company. So it takes a lot for that supposed to happen. So what I'm going to ask you basically, what vision engineering teach you that still guides you and help you in leadership as a CEO? And leadership mistake the many technical professionals make when they go into managerial advancement. So we know I'm asking this question. We have what they call a tunnel vision as engineers, a tunnel vision. So our focus is on the equipment. It must work. So it's about keeping the lights up, the equipment function, all of that. Let the IRS function, the DME, the VR, the rail system, let it just work. And that's our focus. So we're more transactional in our approach than relational. So we focus on the inanimate object, which is the equipment, rather than the people who use the equipment. So my question actually is how the engineering environment, how has that helped you to be a better leader?
It's helped me because when you are operational, despite of what we expect for the engineers to fix the systems, but you also learn a lot. You learn a lot because you see, even in such a situation that you are in operational level of, because we have to consider operational level is static level, and the top level is a strategic one. So even as I said, in operational situation, you also have some pupils. You lead at least one. Yeah, you lead at least one assistant. Yeah, you normal which is normally to have teams with two engineers, and one should be leading. So something, at least something, even if it is an operational situation, I learned a lot. I learned a lot. I have to notice or to say that, despite of at the NANA, I got the high level of, yes, I was not only as a senior as a operation manager, but I was as engineer was senior, but as I lead the department. Yeah, so I got a lot of experience. And of course it was not easier, but it was a background. In fact, it was a background to me as I am today. Yeah, it was I used to say that Enana was a school for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I would never do what I'm doing currently. Currently, we are running a company that we do two business, on air navigation and maritime, as you could see in my CV. So it would be very difficult to us to do something at the offshore without the trainers that way that I was trained at Enana. So this is what I said previously, that how Hina and the Enana, because Enana was my school. I'm not so sure if you are satisfied with my answer.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you're good, absolutely good. I mean, you're sharing your story, so
yes,
people need to understand where you're coming from and where you're going, how you moved from where you were before to where you are now. It's your story, so you are the best person to share the story the best way you feel we should receive it. So I mean, you're good. That's fine. So I'm going to just pause here. And I'm going to take questions from the audience. I'm going to be doing that back and forth. So do we have any question from the audience for our guest? Any question, or I'll just continue? Question? Any question from the audience? No question? You have a question? Please, just think about the question you have for him. Let's go on. Okay, so I'm going to move from personal journey to infrastructure, to CNS ATM infrastructure in Africa. So again, based on your experience over the years, you've had a lot of experience working in the aviation environment, in terms of navigation system, the radar and all of that. What would you think is the current state of CNS ATM in Africa? What's the current state? What do you think it is now? And looking at that as well, what will you consider to be the biggest infrastructure challenge facing Africa in navigation services? So what's the state right now? And what do you think is the challenge, right? With regards to that, then what do you think African leaders, CEOs or leadership in air navigation, even the CAAs as well, what should be their priorities now, in terms of, is it technology? Is it funding? Is it people? When you talk about people, talk about skills as well. I mean, is it funding, regulation, people and technology? What should be the focus that they need to prioritize on when they're having this conversation about air navigation system in Africa?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yeah, to be honest, things are not good. But yeah, the first advice to everybody, even the government and every company or everyone who is doing this business, it is working on this business. I'm talking about a traffic control. I think it should change mindset. Mindset. I mean that we have to be more responsible. So I'm not, in fact, to point any country in specific. But what I would like, in fact, to never hear that flying over Africa, it's quite a blackout. It's not good. I heard this morning from one of the this morning that the air traffic is increasing. It means that people and business, people moving and business from one place are increasing, and for that the demand on the way out to on demand to better do their traffic control is increasing. It means that if the traffic increase, we cannot stay with the old system. We have to improve. So it would be a wrong situation that, okay, there's no condition to overfly Africa, and let's divert traffic to another place. So it will be not good. So my advice is for government mainly, to be committed with the responsibility, because by the end of the day we are talking about moving people from one side, and people, these lives, this represents a non-valuable. So we have to do the best as we can. We have to prioritize, not to neglect. It's okay. We have to that's one thing. The mission is to provide a service, but on a quality way. Quality way means that we do the air traffic control. We support the air traffic in a good manner. So doing that, we are respond to the needs of the client. Who is the client? They are the aircraft, but by the end they are people inside the craft. So we will going turn around, but please advise people that we have to be more committed with our responsibility traffic control.
Okay, so you mentioned quality of service, and for me that's very instructive. The quality of service, and everything I talked about earlier, the funding, technology, the skills, of course, regulation is supposed to support quality of service.
Yes,
support that basically, and so it comes to the point that we as ASEP, we need to look beyond just providing navigation service. Look beyond that. Look at the impact of our provision of the service we do, not just to a traffic controller. It goes beyond that. It goes to the passenger in the aircraft. right? It goes to the pilot network. So for us to be leaders as ARTSEP, we need to look beyond our own environment and look at the whole, extensive chain of what impact. Because when you talk about risk, you actually sit in a leadership position when you talk about risk. It's actually sits in a strategic role. Risk. So as I said, if my equipment is not, if Alex is not functioning, for example, what impact does that have? The air traffic controller is supposed to actually control the pilot. What has that on the pilot who's flying the aircraft? What impact that has that on the passengers who are in the aircraft? What impact has it in the environment where that aircraft is flying? So if I know that when you start thinking strategic like that, you are changing your position as just a operational person or technical person to becoming strategic. You're not moving to leadership, and that's where influence happens. Influence happens on the leadership level, not on the operational level. So when leaders influence, that's what the leaders influence. And so leaders also are responsible as well. So I think to begin to change the mindset, we need to begin to change the way we think about our job, how we do our job now. It has to be different. We have to look at it from not just operational perspective, but from a strategic perspective. That's how it's going to change our leadership trajectory going forward. And we're going to change the way we think about what we do. And that's critical. So thank you for that. I'm going to continue on this conversation as well. Question from the audience. That's good. 2 questions. Please, I want the microphone. Can I have the microphone? Come on the microphone. I have 2 people here who wants to ask a question. Question, comments. Please, I need the microphone over here, please. Thank you. Boa tarde.
Muito bom dia. Boa tarde, boa tarde.
Portanto, eu vou falar em português. Agora speak in Portuguese. Sorry for that. Portanto, foram questões muito importantes e interessantes. A trajetória apresentada pelo nosso amigo Fernando, digamos, é uma apresentação memorável e que, olhando para a liderança, que estamos a falar, pensar a nível estratégico, nós só temos a agradecer a vossa experiência, que de facto essa experiência só será traduzido se de facto houvesse um livro. Escreva. É uma excelente experiência, de facto não se limita só com as conferências, com essas participações, mas escreva para que fica para as futuras gerações. Nós estamos aqui presentes a esta sala. Uma escrita é de facto um documento válido para muitos anos e séculos. Assim recomendamos de facto que essa experiência não fique simplesmente aqui na sala e no outro foro a nível da sua experiência pessoal, mas traduza essa experiência em livro e passe a dar conferências às universidades e às outras áreas afins para que de facto tenhamos um setor aeronáutico cada vez mais desenvolvido, robusto, que tenhamos uma aviação civil e militar segura, porque de facto por trás disso aqui existe uma cooperação muito bem exaustiva entre o setor militar e o setor civil. De facto, essa experiência seja traduzida, que tenhamos um espaço aéreo seguro, porque o espaço aéreo seguro gera riqueza, gera confiança, gera estabilidade e garante a soberania, olhando para aquilo que são os propósitos de cada nação. Muito obrigado, essas contribuições virão mais tarde. Obrigado.
All right, thank you very much for that contribution. That correspondence are valid contributions. We appreciate that. I hope someday.
Yeah, to especially, let me try to reply in.
Boa tarde a todos, em especial o Avelino Dias. Era apenas, não podia deixar como membro do Conselho de Administração da ENA deixar umas palavras aqui ao nosso ilustre amigo, dizer que já foi meu chefe. Eu, quando já encontrei experiência, quanto foi que a gente mudou alguma coisa. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. I mean, it's also the story is genuine and true. He has a true and genuine story. He's just collaborating his stories, which is excellent. So, and okay, somebody else wants to talk there. Okay, please, microphone over there. But we should have more of these sessions for ARM26 in Africa because we have a lot of stories in Africa about successful ARM26, a lot in Africa. So we need to share from their knowledge, from their insight, from their expertise, from their journey, because it will encourage and motivate other ARM26 to do better, going forward. So let's have your question, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you very much for listening to myself. For the good conversation that is going on concerning leadership. It's good that you have the experience from where you're starting from as an ARM26, and now you are at that level. So my question is on the politics that you encounter as you go in leadership. How, I know you meet some of those politics within the leadership place. So how did you handle that? Because you are teaching us, you are taking us through, we are climbing, and when we meet those challenges, how are we going to handle them? I want the politics part of it to come out, because as we grow, we experience a lot of that. That's my question.
Let me try to start first for
Okay.
But in Portuguese, then in Portuguese too.
Okay.
Coronel, eu fico muito lisonjeado para ser o advice para então parar o livro e desaparecer sem alguma coisa escrita.
Contribute to your book, don't worry.
Yeah. Para a área técnica da ENA, eu também fico muito grato pela observação que faz a meu respeito. Aquilo que eu pude ser na ENA também, também parte aquilo que fostes hoje, a minha staff, não? Portanto, às vezes, portanto, ou seja, o que faz também faz um chefe, não é? Vai chefiar, gerar, digamos, espaços vazios, portanto, é o conjunto de profissionais que está à volta. Relativamente à pergunta que faz, como vejo a atual situação, a atual área de engenharia comparada com o tempo atual, o tempo passado. Portanto, ou seja, não se pode fazer uma comparação linear, até porque estamos em contextos bocado diferentes. Portanto, embora o contexto passado, ou seja, o contexto atual, acho que de há 5 anos para cá, temos que reconhecer que há um desenvolvimento tecnológico, ou seja, um apetechamento, há uma inovação muito forte. Portanto, no passado, havia mais, o crescimento tecnológico era muito mais lento. Portanto, só para ter uma ideia, quando eu entrei, nós manejávamos as válvulas, os equipamentos, os equipamentos que trabalhávamos, tínhamos mais ou menos 3 metros e a altura do metro e tal, mas fomos convivendo com eles há algum tempo. Depois já apareceram os transistorizados, já apareceram os circuitos integrados e tal, os digitais. Ou seja, o crescimento, ou seja, o desenvolvimento foi tão rápido como acontece agora. Portanto, agora há o que sabemos fazer agora, amanhã já não deve servir. Portanto, ou seja, se naquela altura era requerida a maior atenção, alguma atenção, no sentido de os profissionais se atualizarem permanentemente, agora é pior. Ou o indivíduo acompanha ou cai. Portanto, acho que é mais desafiante este período. Já tenho que confessar que este período é mais desafiante. E se calhar temos que pedir aos jovens para aprenderem um bocado daquilo que é alguma experiência boa do passado, que era a entrega. Eu lembro-me do período em que eu estava no ativo e quando houvesse aquelas missões de serviço para o interior, saíamos para o interior para ir fazer alguma coisa e só saíamos lá com o assunto resolvido. Até porque depois também havia a pressão do próprio chefe que meia hora estava lá na sala do FIC, agarrava no rádio e perguntava como é que está a situação. Então havia alguma pressão de o bem fazer e fazer rápido. É isto. Portanto, acho que este lado pode ser aproveitado no sentido de desempenho dos profissionais atuais. Portanto, eu espero ter podido responder. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, I think we still have a politic question. Yeah, this kind of question, in fact, it's not so easy, but not only with leading companies and the leadership, I think everybody should do something just to influence, because the problem that we have in Africa is to prioritize, or to put funds where it's needed. It's just comparing can be more easier to accept a delivery of money just to get fish, for example, instead of to get a new radar. Yeah, but what radar is for? Yeah, what radar is for? Yeah, the sugar is more sugar or fish. We need it urgent. Yeah, so yeah, we face probably this comparison is not is not ideal, but yeah, I think the problem, in fact, it's also a question of culture. Yeah, we have to move on culture, but starting from scratch, from the young people. Yeah, it's yeah, the same that we used to say when talking about corruption. Yeah, to start again corruption, we have to start not only on the top, but on the lower levels at school, yes, in our house at home, yes, to tell to our kids that yeah, this is correct way, this way is not correct. Yeah, I'm not so sure if you get satisfied with this.
Okay, so you want to ask a further question? Okay, you want to ask a question?
Let me just see, it's come to, yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, my sister. Seriously, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Frank, for Engineer Frank, for good presentation. And in fact, sitting here, I'm really cherished with your decisions in life. So it's so easy. The decision we took 15 years ago, it's so easy for anybody to take it. It shows the type of person he is, to just highlight and bring to the knowledge of those people who are still in the system is that courage that he did for an he went and do masters twice in management. That shows you what is management. Basically, is managing man, machine, and money.
Yes.
It shows in that his decision is that for those of us, you people who are still in the service, it shows that you need to there to go and learn management. Most of you are engineers, you are with the machine. So what he's telling you indirectly is that there is need to read to learn the management part of it also. So for those young guys who are still in the service, you need to go and learn management. Learning management is the issue of my sister there. How to manage politicians. It's not only politicians, my sister. How to even learn your boss. I think by somebody, I read that book, but I forgot the name.
Boss.
You see how to manage your bosses. Also, there's this documentary in Britain, in television. They do yes, minister.
Yes, Minister. Yeah.
Sister, as you said, and when you look at the outside, he outside for you politically. There's no there's no single answer for it. But I would advise African country, we believe seriously in God. It's not easy to be at the top. To be at the top. But let me tell you, it's not easy to be at the top. What people see at the top. Thank God that mostly you see when you come to the end of your career, you see you'll be at the top. And it's the only privilege that you have. If not, if to say those things that people see at the top, you are seeing it at the lower level, believe me, many people will run away. Just see them laughing, clapping, everything, but it's a lot of responsibility behind it. And it's always you as a junior, you are the one to learn how to manage your boss. There's no direct answer to it. Please learn how to manage your boss. And also, my last advice is be prayerful, my sister. Be prayerful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, interestingly, I mean, I'm an engineer. Like I was telling you that having a commission this morning, and I was telling you that years ago, I had to go back to school to go and do a degree in business administration. Yeah, but I mean, after my engineering, so I had to go back to school. I mean, I have a first degree in business administration because this was very important. You know, because again, like I said earlier on, engineers were focused on the equipment. We don't care about anything else but the equipment. But you need to learn how to manage that equipment. You need to learn how to manage the policies, the funding. You need to be strategic in your approach to doing and all that. You know, you cannot gain that relevance if you're focused only on the equipment. You can't get that relevance. You must have the ability to manage stakeholders, interest, politics, funding. If you're talking to your CEO, for example, what he or she wants to know is the bottom line. It's finance. That's what he wants to know. Nobody cares about equipment, really. He wants to know, are we profitable? Do we have resources and all of that? So if you're able to speak that language with the CEO, he or she's going to understand you better. But if you go to CEO and say, look, I want to buy radio equipment, the question is radio equipment, what for? Yeah. They want to buy less. But you need to bring in the value that ILS to the organization, beyond the organization, to the foreign public and all that. That's when you are speaking the language of leadership and management. So we need to stop this buying equipment for buying sake. Let's talk about the value of getting that equipment into the organization. That's what we need to learn to do. And that's where management and leadership comes into the picture. We must get, and again, you don't have to go and get a degree. It can just be a 1 month course, a 2 week course. And again, what I've discovered again is we don't expose ourselves to seminars and conferences that are not technology based. I think it's not important. We just go for conferences that has to do with air navigation, has to do with CNSATM. That's what we do basically. But we must learn to go for conferences and workshops and seminars that teach us how to manage people, resources, machine, money. And language of engineers is equipment must work, precision, logic, follow the principle that you've been taught in school, how to fix an equipment. That's what we do basically. But it's way, way beyond that. And that's why I use the word relational. We must be relational in our approach, not transactional. So that's very important. All right, so let's any more questions from the audience? Any more questions? This is quite interesting, right? We have a question. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
ARMSEC will understand me when I say I'm standing on an existing protocol.
That's politics.
Yeah, that's not politics. Yeah. Thank you, Engineer Avelino. I had the privilege of going through your CV when Paginator spoke to me about you coming on board, and I went through your CV. I was quite intrigued. And through to that CV, I'm witnessing that which I saw on paper now live. I think it's a privilege for us. But what I want to touch on, and I want you maybe to assist here, because I would like to assume that your entity, you are in the maritime, you are in the aviation, you are probably considered as a small or a medium player. You still got you've got bigger entities, and oil and gas as well. You've got bigger entities that are operating in the space, and some of them, they are mostly international. And most countries on the continent, they always encourage this partnership that if you are an international entity, you're coming to work in Angola, you must partner with the local entity in Angola. For you as an organization and for you to grow, how is that relationship working? And I'm asking this question because most entities, they end up being swallowed by the bigger entities because they've got big pockets. And then we sit with this problem as the continent of not advancing far enough in terms of our manufacturers, or that once Marave grows a bit, then gets swallowed by another international entity. How is this relationship working with the internal entities for entities of your scale? And what is it that you think the decision makers or the policy makers needs to do to avoid this thing of being swallowed by bigger entities? Because to me seated here, it's one of the things that is taking us a bit back. We should have been far advanced in terms of original equipment manufacturing on the continent, but we are lacking a bit. And one of the contributing factors is this thing of being swallowed by bigger players. What do policymakers need to do around this area?
Tough question.
Yeah, it's a top question. Yes, I just to be honest, I never thought about that. Yeah, but okay, but we have once again we have to. Africa. Yeah, we are talking about Africa. Africa was a continent greatly colonized, but leadership has to assume that to be independent, we cannot call independence that the country is independent, only political. So country all over the continent should be also economically independent. So once again, we have to push all of us for things not to happen anymore. We saw companies. We have some relationship, but not in manufacturing, just providing some service. But what I would like to see in Africa is like happening in China, for example. There's company from the United States and they have plant in, they have office and they manufacture some equipment. Just I mean that they've transferred technology. So this is what I expect to see. Yeah, but yeah, once it's a political situation because yeah, you see, yeah, this is clear. Yeah, the most part of leadership in Africa, they prefer, in fact, yes, just to bring everything from outside, and they don't care. They don't care if they are losing something. We are losing. We are not getting any more just independence in economics. So this is a such question that all of us, we have to, even if the question is to write to send a message, okay, let's change our mind, yeah, because we cannot all the time. For example, 2 weeks ago, I was discussing with someone, yes, regarding AI, and he told me that the European people, they do the much as they can not to let us know, yeah, some innovation. Yes, they keep it with them. They do not share technology, and we continue dependence. Yeah. So, but the question is how to avoid what we said. Yes, just to a company become to start to grow, and suddenly a foreign company just come in growth. Yeah, I think it's I cannot in fact give you a right answer. Probably I will strongly recommend in my book. Yeah, yeah, it's not so easy just to answer that. Yeah, it's I'm also very concerned.
So it still goes back to the issue of politics and influence about policies of government. Because, I mean, we need to have, you mentioned China and the US. I mean, most American companies have factories in Asia, China and all of that, because of the benefit of that. And because of the policies of the government of those countries in local content policy. So they need to be able to, African governments actually need to begin to define policies that support local growth of companies. So entrepreneurship, for example, I mean, he's an entrepreneur. He just left, a comfortable working environment to now enter into the murky waters of business and all that, which is very challenging and all that. So the government needs to provide a means of doing that. Sam mentioned large companies, they have the deep pockets. So government also has to provide funding for local entrepreneurs. The banks, policies are, for the banks to be able to give funds to, this local companies to be able to thrive and all of that. So again, it's an African challenge, an African problem. And I hope we need to keep the conversation going with regards to that. So we can begin to grow the African space when it comes to aviation technology and all of that. That's very key. So you mentioned AI just now. You mentioned AI. I mean, artificial intelligence has become, I mean, is the in thing all over the world today. ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, and all of that. That everybody talks about artificial intelligence everywhere, all the sectors of the economy, globally. Aviation is not left out when it comes to AI. AI is practically everywhere, and it's changing the trajectory of business, operations, maintenance, and all of that. So with regards to CNCTM, because for me that's important, how that impacts the equipment and in fact impacts us as ARTSEA professionals. Now, should we be excited as ARTSEA professionals with AI, or we should have concerns about AI? Secondly, is AI going to take over ARTSEA jobs? Is it going to take over our jobs in the future, or we're still going to be relevant in the future as ARTSEPs? So what's the impact of AI to ARTSEA professionals today and in the future? So what's the benefit of having AI within the CNCTN environment as well? So I'd like for you to speak to that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, AI, in fact, comes to say, AI as internet start to growing from 92, I think that's we saw exponential increasing. So the AI came, yes, to continue. Yeah, not only the ETSEP should consider the AI, but every business company, if the company want to be competitive, if it should improve the way that it do marketing.
Tiveram que cancelar o crédito por causa de vocês, mão pagador.
But when going to, if ATSEP needs to excited or worrying about if it will replace them jobs, yeah, I don't think that I don't think they stay to worry. I think they don't need to be worried about that. Yeah, the AIA, yeah, will improve, in fact, process. We can improve process. We can improve procedures. But we have to consider that there's 3 topics, yeah, we have to, when talking about AIA. There is the context. We have to well define the context. Yeah. We have to define objectives. This is serve, but in me, this is the person, the one who want, yeah, and the person, yeah. If you do not explain well who you are, that's for the AIA. I'm talking about chatbot. Yeah, yes. This is more common. Yeah. So still something for the steps to do. Yeah, the AIA, it's as we know, it's a computer system that try to replace human being, but okay, I expect to see if it will replace, but I don't think so. So I say, please do not worry about. Just be calm. Yeah, nothing more. Thank you.
Okay, so I mean, just to take it a little bit further, you talk about context. You talked about the content as well.
Yes.
You talked about the person who uses the
yes.
AI algorithm or AI. Yeah, okay. So which means that we must be knowledgeable on how to use the AI for us to get the value we want to get from AI. So something like knowledge about prompt engineering,
yes,
to be able to use AI effectively. So it's not just having the AI tool, or the AI is actually a tool. That's the word, yeah. Actually a tool. It's not just having the tool, but we must have the ability actually to use the tool effectively by learning how to use the proper prompts, what yes. they call prompts, yeah. to tell the AI what to do or what not to do, because that determines the kind of answer or output you get from using the AI tool, to do whatever you want to do. So that's also important. So again, it's more of a learning curve for asset professionals, to learn how to use the AI for what we do, basically, because that context is critical. The content is also critical as well. That determines the value or the output you get from your interaction with the AI tool. So like you said, we shouldn't be concerned. We shouldn't worry. The AI actually is going to be one of the tools we use. Just like we use our meters to measure and all that. AI is going to be part of what we're going to begin to use to work in the future and all of that. So we shouldn't be concerned about that. We just, yeah. So that's an encouragement for us, as professionals. But again, AI depends on large amount of data, right?
Yes.
So as a leader, somebody who's in the leadership position right now, what do you consider data? Will you consider data as an asset or what? And if you're doing that, how will you define data governance in using data for AI?
Yeah, data, let me try to simplify as the way that we used to say. Data is considered, it's beside the human being, beside the human resource. Yeah, because we have all the time consider first the human resource, but the data is one of the most important assets for person, for companies. So it's currently is known as a new oil. So leadership and everybody that's strongly advised to keep well or to care about data. Yeah, data relate to a company or to a person because it's the more beside the woman, as I said, it's most important asset. Yeah.
That's what happens when you're having an interesting conversation. Time just goes like that, right? That just goes like that. Okay, we're gonna try and do quite a bit of stuff before we wrap up. Another important thing that we see happening in our world today is the issue of cyber threats. Cyber threat. As we get more connected, as aviation globally, we are becoming more vulnerable to cyber attacks, and cyber threat in different ways and all of that. I mean, the obvious reason was the fact that aviation used to be a closed environment, but right now aviation actually is in the open environment, just like Sam said earlier on in his speech. So how do we protect our aviation infrastructure from those potential cyber attacks? Because again, we're looking at the end result, the end goal. Safety is the end goal of everything. So what is the common mistakes that leaders make in aviation when it comes to cybersecurity? What's the common mistake?
Yeah, the common mistake is just not just to neglect, but to think that cyber attacks is a responsibility of the technician, of the engineer. Yeah, I think so. Should be corrected. Yeah, leadership should be committed with the need to avoid cyber attacks. So it's a responsibility of all the company, all the management, from the top manager to down. So yeah.
So what we're hearing that cybersecurity is a leadership problem, not a technical problem. So it has to be led from the top. It's actually strategy, because when we talk about cyber threat, you're talking about risk again. Yeah. Risk actually sits in the strategic environment in every organization. So it's about leadership. So even as technical people, we need to begin to, amplify this message. That's the only way we can have enough support from the top to ensure that we deal with cyber issues, within our organization as technical people, because it's actually managerial rather than technical. Even there's a technical aspect to it, but it starts with leadership. So, I mean, we're getting insight from his position as a leader and all of that regards to that. So let's not hold cybersecurity as if it's a technical thing. No, we should try and escalate it beyond there and ensure that it becomes a strategic issue for our organizations. That's when we also become prominent and respected as technical people. Because at the end of the day, we're the one going to solve the problem at the end of the day. Not the management, but when they realize the risk involved, the impact, the reputational damage is going to be on the organization, they will do something about that. So cybersecurity is critical. Yeah. So like he's saying, leadership should get more involved in cybersecurity than the technical people. So because it's a leadership thing. Okay, so I'm just going to do some one-sentence word questions quickly to him so that, we're in the World Cup stage now, right? With the World Cup, everybody's watching football right now, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's watching football. I'm just wondering.
Everybody.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and it has to do with football, basically. So if CNSATM were a football team, if CNSATM was a football team, what role would ARM26 play in the field? If CNSATM was a football team, what position would ARM26 play in that team?
Defense and midfielder.
Do you agree with him? Do you agree?
Defense.
Do you agree? Do you agree? First midfielder. Interesting. So if you're going to employ AI as your staff employee, What's the role AI will play in your organization? What job title will you give AI?
Sorry, could you?
If you're going to employ AI as a staff, an employee in your company, what's the job title you're going to give the AI?
The AI.
Yes.
No, it's an assistant. The job for the AI.
Yes. So so in your organization, for example, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you want to employ AI into the executive position in your company, executive, as a manager and all that. What position will you give the AI? Is it CEO? Is it chief inside officer? Is it what? What are you going to give it?
It's chief officer.
No,
Not CIA, but
inside officer. Inside,
yes, chief inside.
Because it brings you the intelligence.
Yes, chief inside officer, not the CEO. Yeah.
So we have radar, we have radio, we have navigation, we have automation system. Which one best describes you?
Radar.
Why radar? Why
Because
radar?
radar, I can see. Yeah, I can see everything. Yes.
So with radar, you can see everything.
Yes, and they.
Interesting. What's one word for leadership for you? One word for leadership.
Responsibility.
What's one word for engineering for you?
Precision.
What's one word for AI for you?
Amplifier. Yeah, this is what the AI do.
So what's Africa's biggest aviation asset? Africa's biggest aviation asset?
Talent. Yeah.
So we have them here as well.
Yeah.
What's your best leadership lesson? Best leadership lesson.
Very good question. Yeah, listen before deciding.
Listen before deciding. So as a leader, you must learn to listen.
Yeah, listen.
What's your best engineering lesson? Best engineering lesson.
Lesson. A lot of lessons.
Yeah. The best engineering lesson.
Verify before trusting.
So verify as an engineer before you trust.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, we have to verify first.
So
1 minute less.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry. 1 minute left. We're going to wrap up. So as we close, what's your leadership? Oh, okay. I thought he was talking to me. As we close, yeah, you've gone through this journey from when you started. Okay. Oh, yeah. Go on. You need to come with you.
Go on, 1 minute less.
Now, your microphone. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Don't worry. I'm going to finish. We're going to finish now.
Yeah.
So, what is your leadership philosophy today? And what would you want to be remembered for as a leader?
My leader, as a leadership, the way that I used to, it's basically share information. Share information, not to be closely, just to share, to avoid the problems, but to be remembered. This is the second part of the question.
Yeah.
I would like to be remembered as an influencer. Yeah, influencer who influence people to do something. This is what is expected for the leadership. There are quite difference between the leader and the chief. Who influence, who is people do without him, do things without him. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So just to wrap up, right, the journey from ARM26 to CEO reminds us that technical professionals are not limited to the background.
Yes.
They can become decision makers, policy makers, innovators, executives, and continental leaders. You just heard the amazing story of an ARM26 who has braced the odds, is a leader, a CEO, and we're here today celebrating his journey in leadership. Remember, we are not just technician or engineer. You are safety professionals, infrastructure guardians, innovation leaders, and future executives. The equipment room can lead you to the boardroom. Your career can grow from maintenance to management, from engineering to enterprise leadership, and from national service to continental impact. But you must prepare yourself, master technology, understand people, policy, finance, learn strategy, and keep growing. Learn continuously. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of African aviation will be built by people who understand both system and strategy. And today's conversation has shown exactly why that matters. Our guest speaker represents the powerful journey from technical expertise to executive leadership, from maintaining aviation systems in shaping the future of intelligence infrastructure. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Engineer Fanny Frank Ogunshuku and Mr. One Pictures. Fotógrafo, por favor. Fotógrafo. Thank you. Bem, está terminado o primeiro painel e virão mais painéis depois do almoço. Vamos fazer uma pausa agora para o almoço e voltaremos para o período da tarde com muito mais. E que depois do almoço, então, vamos fazer a apresentação dos patrocinadores. Boa tarde a todos e todas. Bom apetite ao almoço.
Crianças que desde ainda terra já são cheias de mais lembranças. Eu sou daquela terra de gente generosa, mas que de tanto esperar já tem a esperança idosa. Eu sou ainda daquela terra onde se acredita e se guarda a esperança de que depois da tempestade venha a bonança. Mas eu sou daquela terra e hoje é só ruínas, mas que também sabe que a guerra não é nossa sina. Mas eu sou daquela terra, mesmo em ruínas gosto dela, é como mãe da velha e acabada, que deve ser mais amada. Mas eu sou daquela terra, mesmo em ruínas gosto dela, é como mãe da velha e acabada, que deve ser mais amada. Mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra e gosto tanto dela. Mas eu sou daquela terra, 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 lê, lê, lê. Eu sou daquela terra que é cheia de crianças que desde ainda terra já são cheias de mais lembranças. Eu sou daquela terra de gente generosa, mas que de tanto esperar já tem a esperança idosa. Eu sou ainda daquela terra onde se acredita e se guarda a esperança de que depois da tempestade venha a bonança. Mas eu sou daquela terra e hoje é só ruínas, mas que também sabe que a guerra não é a nossa sina. Mas eu sou daquela terra, mesmo em ruínas, gosto dela. É como mãe já velha e acabada, deve ser mais amada. Mas eu sou daquela terra, mesmo em ruínas, gosto dela. É como mãe já velha e acabada, que deve ser mais amada. Mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra. Eu gosto tanto dela. Eu sei que um dia no amor a gente vai reconstruir. Eu sou daquela terra e gosto tanto dela, mas eu sei que no amor um dia ela vai sorrir. Mas eu gosto tanto dela. Mas eu sou daquela terra. Mais a velha e acabada, que deve ser mais amada. Eu sou daquela terra, mesmo em ruínas, gosto dela. É como mais a velha e acabada, que deve ser mais amada. Mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra. Eu sou daquela terra e gosto tanto dela, mas eu sou daquela terra. Mas eu sou daquela terra, mas eu sou daquela terra e gosto tanto dela, mas eu sou daquela terra. Eu sei que eu sei que um dia a gente no amor ela vai subir. Eu sei que aquela terra um dia no amor. És grande sentimento e não tem limitações. O amor demais, o amor demais, o amor demais. E as dores se passou em mim. Salaí, vai bangelete, ganasami wenyo, mama di guate, mama sala, mama di guate, mama sala, sala. Bangelete, ganasami wenyo. Mama di guate, mama sala, sala. Salaí, calunga, salaí, pusi. Didi toy bangelete, ganasami wenyo. Mama di guate, mama sala, sala. Mama di guate, mama sala, sala, mama. Mama di guate, mama sala, sala. Mama di mama sala, sala, mama sala, sala. Mama di guate, mama sala.
Agora tudo acabou. O que será de mim? O que será de nós dois? Você vai embora sem dizer pra onde vai. Eu fico aqui sozinho pensando, chorando na causa desta partida tão repentina. Mas agora tudo acabou. Em mim você nem pensou. O egoísmo te cegou. E lembrou desse alguém que ficou sozinho e tão triste e magoado, essa solidão que você provocou. Será que o destino marcou? Será que o tempo chegou? Será que alguém te chamou e achou que eu não sirvo pra você? Tudo era tão lindo, tudo era tão bom. É uma pena se aquele beijo no final e vejo você partir. Tudo era tão lindo, tudo era tão bom. É uma pena que terminou. Eu fico apenas com o calor daquele beijo no final e vejo você partir. Pra nunca mais voltar. eu fico aqui no chão, pra nunca mais voltar. Eu fico aqui no chão. Tão lindo, era tão bom. É uma pena não se terminou. Eu sinto apenas o calor daquele beijo do final e vejo você partir. É uma pena não se terminou. Eu sinto apenas o calor daquele beijo do final e vejo você partir. Para nunca mais voltar, eu fico aqui no chão. Para nunca mais voltar, eu fico aqui no chão. Yala, 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 uia. Yala, 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 uia. Yala, 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 uia. Yala, yala. Yala, 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 uia. Yala, 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 uia. Yala, 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 uia. Yala, yala.
Aramandi andambiandi kaviandi bilahanti Aramandi andambiandi kaviandi bilahanti Olonjanja wa twalisisita anga kwetu kwetu kupula Olonjanja kavitendiwa twalisipu anga kwetu kupula Chini Bom, se dá fiel. Palavra Que sola me colore che viaggio Inge ohenda jelele Katakate pe kariange ne pupulio pela Oh, si dai fiel Yo Si puede Cingo, cingo, vive l'amor, rivela. Alama ye belela, sopolo, ye belela, sopolo. Cingo, cingo, vive l'amor. Wachi sola change, chimosi.
Yo soy de otra y tú eres de otro. Quien divides mis cariños y pecados, esa mujer es otra. Tú eres de otro y yo soy de otra. Con quien paseas a todo el tiempo, asumes a todo el mundo. Ese hombre es otro. Y ahora me dices que no me quieres más. Yo entiendo, pero tolerar. Yo no sé si seré capaz. Sé salir por esa puerta, juro no volver atrás. Por más que yo te ame y quiera paz, soy feliz de esa manera. No serás la primera. Si es eso que quieres, así será. Yo soy loco por ti, sé que por mí también lo eres. Mas no me arrastraré a tus pies. Si quieres buen provecho, si me arrancas de tu pecho, no voy a pelear. Voy a respetar porque tú eres de otro y yo soy de otra. Con quien divides mis cariños y sucesos, esa mujer es otra. Yo soy de otra. Todo el tiempo, tú me sales del mundo, ese hombre es otro. Y ahora me dices que no me quieres más. No entiendo, yo no sé si seré capaz de salir por esa puerta, juro no volver atrás. Por más que yo te ame y quiera paz, soy feliz de esa manera y tú no serás la primera. Si es eso que quieres, así será. Yo soy loco por ti, sé que por mí también lo eres, mas no me arrastraré a tus pies. Sé si quieres buen provecho, si me arrancas de tu pecho, no voy a pelear, pues respetar porque mismo sabiendo que era prohibido, mas tú no piensas así y preferís de de salir por esa puerta, pero no volver atrás. Soy feliz de esa manera, no serás la primera. Si es eso que quieres, así será. Yo soy loco por ti, sé que por mí también lo eres, mas no me arrastraré a tus pies. Sé si quieres buen provecho, si me arrancas de tu pecho, no voy a pelear, voy a respetar porque yo soy de otra. Y tú eres otro.
Ó flor, minha mar de lágrimas, sombra de bolha, tamora na minha rosto. Ó flor, minha mar de lágrimas, sombra de bolha, tamora na minha rosto. Já pedi Deus para seu luar, laboroso nascer, ao fogo de minha paixão, muita caridade, cheio de amor, e lágrimas, na ausência de bom calor, minha alento perdido na cor. Minha esperança, se todo dia é partir assim, regresso, só me tá calar, vou tá ficar longe de mim, chama por escrito, que passei o tiga-céu, Pavo lamento, que vou a questo, ó flor de lágrimas. A paixão, minha dor, cheio de amor, flor de lágrimas, ausência de bom calor, minha alento, perdido na cor de minha esperança. Se um dia é partida sem regresso, só calar, outra ficar longe de mim. Andar por escrito, passei por estigação, pavor e esñalamiento. Que vou a questo, oh flor de lágrimas.
Quero voltar a viver, moça. Quero meu perfume, sentir meu amor, cada vez que eu consigo bajuda minha. Quero meu perfume, sentir o teu calor, cada vez que eu consigo bajuda minha. Constancia tiramente e quero exatamente mostrar Satia, exatamente, quero exatamente mostrar. Batuda, cada dia que passa, o amor aumenta mais. E de que maneira? Batuda mananinha é. Tinha e eu perdidamente quero ousadamente moça, moça tia. E eu perdidamente te quero ousadamente, moça.
Eight, huh?
Gente buscando em vão uma esperança, um sorriso, uma flor, uma palavra amiga. Procurando agarrar hoje um tempo, falar de amor, de carinho e de paz. Mulher Jasmine, fazer confiar por todas as vidas, botar a estrela, saudar a vida, pelos deuses iguais a mim. Mulher Jasmine, fazer poesia com todas as letras, contar as estrelas, saudar a vida, pelos deuses iguais a mim. Sou um jovem como tu, quero a vida ter sorrir, viajar, ter amigos, pelo andar fluir, pelo pôr do sol, pelo nosso país. Tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, inspirando e estou. Sou um jovem como tu, quero a vida ter sorrir, viajar, ter amigos, pelo andar fluir, pelo pôr do sol, pelo nosso país. Tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, eu não sou. Gente buscando em vão uma esperança, um sorriso, uma flor, uma palavra de vida. Procurando agarrar o seu tempo, falar de amor, de carinho e de paz. Mulher Jasmine, fazer poesia com todas as letras, contar as estrelas, saudar a vida, meus deuses iguais a mim. Mulher Jasmine, fazer poesia com todas as letras, contar as estrelas, saudar a vida, e meus deuses iguais a mim. Sou um jovem como tu, quero a vida ver sorrir, viajar, ter amigos, pelo andar fluir, pelo pôr do sol, pelo nosso país. Tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, eu sou um jovem como tu, quero a vida ver sorrir, viajar, ter amigos, pelo andar fluir, pelo pôr do sol, pelo nosso país. Tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, inspirando nós. Sou jovem como tu, quero a vida ver sorrir, viajar, ter amigos, pelo andar fluir, pelo pôr do sol, pelo nosso país. Tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, tão lindo, inspirando nós. Buscando em vão uma esperança, um sorriso.
Welelelele mama, gitsangela ngwetwe, imasungwe. Welelelele, gitsangela ngwetwe, imasungwe. Oto wachinga mama, kutiangowe, lukuchi. Oto wachimuka mama, kutiangowe, lukuchi. Congo Jamie, Congo Jamie, Congo Jamie. Mama. Sangela Sangela Imazumfe, Mama. Sangela What do you mama? Jambo so what you mama? Ujango Lumushe. Shami mama. Congo Shanye, Wanda Mulowanga, Wipulate, Miri Miri, Congo Shamye, Miri Miri, Congo Shamye, Miri Miri, Congo Shamye. Mama, Isangela Ngwetwe, Imazungwe, Welelelele, Isangela Ngwetwe, Imazungwe, Woso Wajimka Mama, Ujangowe, Lumoshe, Woso Wajimka Mama, Ujangowe, Lumoshe, Biri Biri, Congo Shami Mama, Shami, Biri Biri, Congo Shami, Biri Biri, Congo Shami, Biri Biri, Congo Shami, Biri Biri, Congo Shami.
Bakwene vapa made sala oh kawan Bakwene vapa we made sala kawan Mama yo, Papa yo, Amida Papa, Mama yo, Papa yo, Es un amor indiferente. Es un amor indiferente. Indipala we. Indipala we. Chilo mayo, mayo, mayo. Cavawe, chilo mayo. Esto diventa sima indipala, indipala we. Eso diventa sima. Papai, papai apa? Amenda sala ligawan.
Yo chilebe, Angola, papa. Angola, papa.
Qualquer detalhe em a sua valia do primeiro passo começa a caminhada. Sempre vale a pena manter acesa a esperança. Todo amor construído é verdadeiro, forte como um embandeiro, frondoso e seguro. Toda luz no escuro indica o caminho e marca destinos. Todo amor construído é verdadeiro, forte como um embandeiro, frondoso e seguro. Toda luz não tem escuro Digo o caminho e marca destinos. Saiba que eu te amo. Oh, meu bem, me quer. Deixa o beija-flor cantarolar. O amor que fica com toda a sua história e glória. O amor que fica com toda a sua história e glória. Saiba que eu te amo. Oh, meu bem, me quer. Deixa o beija-flor cantarolar.
Ona caçula, a motobisaco santo me. Ona tua caçula, a motobisaco santo me. Decide anima documento, aiuwe. Decide anima documento, aiuwe. Ona tua mama wasalukile. Ona tua mama wasalukile. Aiuwe. Mone tua caçula, amor do bisaco santo me. Mone tua caçula, amor do bisaco santo me. Decide anima documento, aiuwe. Decide anima documento, aiuwe. One to one, yeah. Why mo ulaya? One, why mo ulaya? One to one,
both at the African regional level and also at the General Assembly level. So I would say that most of you are my friends because I get to see you almost twice in a year. And hopefully I'll meet you all in Kenya in November, because ARCAMS, we believe such partnership are very, very key in what we do. So ARCAMS, what is ARCAMS? What do we do? So ARCAMS is a Norwegian company. We actually started off as a spin-off. We actually started as a spin-off from a project with the Norwegian CAA at the time, which was about 28 years ago. And the idea was to make the working environment of the air traffic controller very convenient. So what we did was the objective was to integrate different systems, basically to enhance the working environment of the air traffic controller. And as a result, we created what we now call the airport control and monitoring system, which is also the short form is what we have as ARCAMS. So ARCAMS actually started off as a project with the Norwegian CAA, where we integrate different systems in the airport tower to make the work of the air traffic controller quite easy. And I would say that the project was such a success, so much that a few individuals decided that, you know what, why don't you bring this to the international market and see if, it'll be good. And I can tell you that it has been great. It has been an interesting journey for the past 27 years. Officially, we are celebrating our 25th anniversary this year in Oslo, even though it's more than 25, but officially we're celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. So we brought this to the international market, and it has been a good journey ever since. So we are a Norwegian private limited company, fully operating from our headquarters office in Oslo. In addition to Oslo, we have personnel in other locations. We have a very strong engineering and support team based in Tunisia. We have support and sales office in Brazil, Singapore, Canada, and also in Africa, we have a sales support office in Ghana, Accra, where I operate. Sorry. So this is a message from our CEO. So that ARCAMS success is reflected through the development of our international team, approach to system integration, and the key value we provide our customers in 45 countries on 6 continents. So we serve both the military and the civil aviation sector. So as we go across the presentation, you realize that in some of our references, we've done in air bases, we've done in commercial civilian airports as well. So naturally, we have a strong presence in Norway because that's where we operate from our head office. And approximately, we have our solutions in 53 airports in Norway. Brazil is our largest market. We are grateful for them. Where we have a full range of our solutions deployed across all CISEA and DIDEA managed airports, as well as many other airports around the world. So notable among them, you would see, let me just use this laser. Notable among them, you'd see that we have solutions in Changi airports, which happens to be in Singapore, which happens to be the largest airport in South America. We also have 36 airports, air bases in Brazil, 20 airports, air bases in Saudi Arabia, Sao Paulo, Guarulhos International Airport in Brazil, one of the biggest airports as well, Hamda International Airport in Doha, Abu Dhabi, just to name a few. So basically, this is just to give you an overview of the places we have our solutions. Same on the reference, like we mentioned, Brazil, one of our biggest customer. You can tell that we have solutions across the globe. So it's fair to say that ARCAMS actually has a global footprint of service delivery or solutions supplied across the globe. But interestingly, conspicuously missing. The middle part here. West Africa, East Africa, some part of Southern Africa, we are not there. So it's very important that we take advantage of such partnership with IFATSEA. So I'm grateful to Mr. Sam and then the team, President, Mr. Paz Neto. Thank you for the opportunity. Lima Cavallo, those guys have been super positive in helping me to be here today. So this partnership to me, it's really an important one for me. And I hope, I'm a Christian, so I would say in the name of Jesus, after this presentation, we're going to be filling the middle parts of the African map. So we've done over 450 plus installations worldwide, which is good. So in Africa, we've done 11. It's not so bad. We've done 11, and then we are very proud to be trusted by so many customers across the globe. So what do we do? This is just a summary. Our original product is an integrated solution. So this solution is designed to enhance the working environment of the air traffic controller by integrating systems such as Navigate, meteorological information, airfield lighting, crash alarm, etc. We integrate them and put them on a common HMI or on a single screen. We also have our artists. We also have our artists, which we have currently deployed 4 of this solution in South Africa. So we are very proud with the work we did with ATNS. ATNS are here, so they can confirm that we actually do have our artists with them. Thank you. And then we also have, in addition, we also have our technical control monitoring solution. It's a very interesting product, which I'll be talking more of. So this concept is similar to our integrated airport solution, but instead of focusing on the air traffic controller, the system rather focus on the technical monitoring purposes. The solution can interface virtually with any CNS equipment, regardless of the manufacturer, regardless of the age or interface type. We bring all of them together and then put them on what? A common HMI. Just a common HMI. So the system is able to collect status, collect faults, collect failure, bring all of them on a common HMI for whoever is manning that interface. We also provide airfield lighting control monitoring system, which can either be integrated or standalone, which we have most of our customers prefer to be standalone. And then we also have our crash alarm system. So likewise, this can also be integrated in our full suite of solutions, or you can have them as a separate solution. Just use them out. Outcomes is also trusted. We are trusted to provide a few remote digital projects, digital tower projects around the world. One of them is NAV Canada. Recently did one for them. And our scope in this project is similar to that of our integrated tower solution. So we leverage on our core competence of integration, where we integrate different types of airport system and equipment. We collect this various information from various systems and then bring them at the back end. Very, very important. We consolidate it, make it available at the back end. So like I mentioned, we've also been trusted by NAV Canada in support of their remote tower initiative. So to date, we have successfully delivered some of our remote digital tower solution in Sweden and Brazil, and then Hungary as well. ARMS has METO relevant archive standard. We are ISO certified, ISO 9001, ISO 27001. All our software have actually met the necessary requirements so that you know that actually you're dealing with a company that takes these issues seriously. These are a few customer statements. Because of time, I won't read them. I'll go straight to the core solution. So let me explain, for those of you who are not yet familiar with our solution, a little insight into our core solutions. This is basically the brainchild of outcomes. our integrated tower solution. It's what we started with the Norwegian Civil Aviation Authority, and it became one of the solution we used as more or less a stepping stone to come into the market and then develop other solutions. So the original solution, the main purpose of the integrated solution is to bring different systems together, present all the information related in that system, related to their functionality, and make them available through a common HMI. Normally, if you go into a typical airport tower, you would have separate screens for monitoring, separate system. So what our integrated tower solution does is that instead of monitoring all those relevant information from different separate screens, we bring all the information together and put them on a common HMI to make the work of the air traffic controller quite easy. Very, very easy. And we believe by bringing all this information together on a common HMI, it helps increase safety and at the same time also improve the working environment of the air traffic controller, which is very, very important. And it is one of the reasons why the Norwegian CAA actually bought into this idea and then partnered with ARM26 for us to develop this very solution. And I believe this very solution has become even more relevant today. There are some towers you go now, you have more than 19 screens. There are some towers you go now, there are a lot of screens. So imagine an air traffic controller having to juggle through all these multiple screens because all of them are monitoring separate systems. You have a separate screen for monitoring meteorological data, a separate screen for monitoring nav aids, a separate screen for monitoring CAT status, or a separate screen for monitoring crash alarm. What we can do is that we bring all this information together, we leverage on our core competence, which is system integration, and then put them beautifully on a single HMI. So you can appreciate and see every single information you need at a glance in real time. So these are some of the applicable systems for integration. So airfare lightning, Met-info data, Navigates, ARTIS, DRTs, Volmet, Devolmet, crash alarm, CAT3 status panel, video surveillance, sunshade control, direction finder, flight data, etc., etc. So all these systems can actually be integrated and displayed beautifully on a single HMI. So on the next slide, I'll show you how it looks like on a single HMI. So this is a typical iTower model. So ideally, you would have had all these systems. You would have had all the systems on a separate screen. But over here, we are able to connect to the MET sensor and give you data or information on the meteorological information. We're able to give you airfare lightning, ARTIS, you have crash alarm there, you have a video surveillance, you even have a document handling, it's here, and even have ARTIS here. So you have about, if I'm not mistaken, about 8 to 9 systems being monitored on a single HMI, which I believe is quite convenient, because if an ATC or an air traffic controller is having to monitor all of this on separate screens, you can tell that there can be increased risks when it comes to safety. But if you can have all of them neatly displayed on a single HMI, where you can comfortably see all of them at a glance without reducing their functionality and still be able to work effectively, we believe our iTower model or solution is a game changer. And we believe we're going to be getting calls from some of you to start implementing them. This is another typical example. We can do it in both light mode and then dark mode as well. So depending on the preference of the end user, depending on the preference of the customer, we can actually customize how you want it to be viewed, the how big you want the windows to look, or certain systems information that you really want to see at every given point in time. It can actually be configured or integrated to suit the end user. So basically, it can be tailored to suit you. So this is a typical example of what we did in Brazil. So they want 2 screens. They want the airfare lightning to be standalone, And then you have the METS data, you have the artists, you have even a video surveillance in there, all of them at a glance. So if you're an ATC officer and you have this, it becomes very easy to do your work. You are very focused, you're seeing everything at a glance. You are able to increase safety awareness even when they're in critical cases. So this is also another actual picture from Santa Cruz Air Base in Brazil for their digital remote tower as well. So what are some of the advantages of ARM26 tower? Like I've been saying, it increased the air traffic controllers' effectiveness and productivity because you're able to get everything at your fingertip. Development process, you know, your work environment, there's quality. It's not cluttered with all those screens because we've been able to collect all this information and present them on a single HMI. It also increased the air traffic controllers' work satisfaction. So these are some of the selected references. So like I said, Brazil is one of our biggest customers. We've done 36 IRTAR solutions in Brazil. Norway, naturally, the quarters where we operate from, 32 airports. We've done Australia, we've done Egypt, we've done UAE. In Africa, we've done in Tunisia, and also we've done in Botswana as well. The next solution I want to talk about is our technical control and monitoring system. This is one of the solutions that is dear to my heart because I've had the opportunity to go to some of the, a lot of the civil aviation authorities, and I can tell you that it is a challenge when it comes to monitoring CNS systems. I've had discussions with other institutions where they have to take feedback from the man on the ground and they use it as the word or to confirm that this system is actually working. So what this does, what our technical control monitoring does is that it's very similar to integrated system where we bring different systems together. This system collects the status, it collects the faults, it collects the failure of various CNS ATC systems, either in a single airport or a region of airports, or even a country-wide airport at a centralized system. So our TCM solution, we are able to interface with and collect relevant status information from all ATC CNS systems. I think it's clear. The ability to be able to collect the status, fault, and failure and report it. So we are able to process this data for you to have it in the form of a report. So you can even generate the report however you want. We process this data, we store this data. You can actually use it for predictive maintenance because you're able to tell, okay, this particular system keeps going down at this time, and we keep it in a common database so that you can review the information how you want, depending on how you want to use it. If you want to analyze the statistics behind it, and then inform your decision on how you approach maintenance or how you approach certain systems that you normally procure. So we can basically support any type of interface, For modern devices, we do via the SNMPs. For other systems, legacy systems, because our core competence is in system integration, we are able to leverage on that and interface them irrespective of their age, irrespective of the brand of the equipment. We are able to interface, integrate, and collect that information. As my boss will always say, my boss is Eric Nyberg, we say that we can interface and integrate every equipment except but a rock. So once your system is not a rock, we believe we have the core competence to interface them and be able to collect the needed information and report the status, give you the fault in real time, give you the failures of the system in real time for you to be able to work with. So like I said, this can be done in a single airport. You can have all the CNS system, let's say in the airport here, and you have all CNS system, you see that it's live. If any of them, it's not working, you will see it and you'll be able to, click and then get details on why that system is down. If you want it on for all airport here in Angola, that can be done as well. So this is a typical interface or display of our technical control monitoring solution. I don't know if you're seeing it so clear from this point, or if I should try and zoom. So you see the airports labeled here. So you can have as many airports as possible. You can have them labeled. It's color coded. So when it's red, you realize the system is telling you that it's a navigation system. So immediately you click on that, it comes to tell you that that is a localizer. You click on the localizer, it tells you it's a DXPA. You click on the TXPA, it gives you that it's a TX power. So basically, it's able to trace and help you pinpoint the exact reason why that system is down, or give you details on that particular fault as and when they occur. And I believe this is a good solution. I believe this is a great solution. My people, I hope you're here. So you can also have the map view, especially if you're having a region of airports where you can have access to the locations of all the airports. You click on the location of the airport on the map, it expands and gives you the statistics behind all the CNS ATC system currently being monitored. So basically, like I mentioned earlier, it gives you this cool interface. There's a current fault table below here where it gives you details, the date, there's a description. Yes, so you see the date, the time it occurred, the status, the description, the system type, the equipment type, the components, the item, and then the action. So it very detailed gives you all this report where you can generate you can analyze the statistics behind it, generate whatever report you want to generate to inform your decision, whether if it is procurement or if it is maintenance. So these are some of the interfaces relevant to ATC CNS that our TCMS can interface. So communication system, VHF, VCCS, VSAT, emergency alarm system, AFTN, AMHS, surveillance systems, PSR, SSR, WAM, LAM, ADSB, navigation system, ILS, devoid DMA markers, beacons, automated system, airwalls, video surveillance, recording systems, auxiliary systems such as power generators, UPS, airfield grounding lighting, physical hardware, even servers, workstations, switches, and then firewalls. So like I mentioned, our TCMS can be centralized. So you can have a TCMS for the entire airport in Angola, and you have the manager responsible for monitoring this TCNS equipment, having access and seeing all the status of all these systems across all airports and get live feed. So in this case, you're not waiting for the man on the ground to update you that this is what went down. You can see and even ask questions, ask the relevant question as to why the system went down and be able to get good answers. So we can interface all relevant ATC CNS equipment. Like I said, unless it's a rock, we can interface it. Once it's not a rock and it's an equipment, we believe in our core competence of integration. We've been doing system integration for over 25 years, and we've not come across any system. Maybe there are some, but to the best of our knowledge, we are able to interface all relevant ATC CNS equipment. So you have full access to same HMI, even as on remote sites. So you can have the system in a remote site, and you have the full access as on the main HMI. So you can still do the control, see the status of every single system connected or integrated. So these are some of the selected TCMS references: Norway, Brazil, Botswana again, Indonesia, Malaysia, Qatar, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia. But I'm proud to say that by next year, by this time, we should have about 6 African countries being updated on this, because we're actually in talks with a lot of countries in Africa on our TCMS solution, because it's an interesting solution, and we believe it would help our operations in the African sub-region. last but not the least, I want to talk about our artists. So this solution, interestingly, is the solution we have sold the largest. We have sold over 250 artists globally, which is the largest we have done. India alone has about 54 of them. So 250, India has about 54 of artists. As I mentioned earlier, we have 4 artist solution in South Africa as well. And this solution, our artist solution, we offer a very modern, proven artist solution that is scalable. So it is very scalable. We are very flexible. Based on experience, we are able to tailor our artist system according to the end user, according to whatever your current condition is at the airport. We are able to do that as well. And I'm happy to also say that we are in talks with about 4 or 5 African countries as well, actually in advanced stages about our artist solution. And our new update in this is that we are able to do it web-based. So on a computer, off-the-shelf system, you're able to have fully functional artist system on your PC and be able to work effectively on any other as any other artist system on the market. So there are so many advantages, like I said, because of the experience. Continuously, we have added other functionality. So we are able to do all of this on the ARM's artist. So these are some of the selected references, over 250, Norway 21, Georgia 1, Saudi Arabia 18, Brazil 36, India 56 airports. I mentioned 54, it's rather 56. India alone is one of the countries we supplied the largest number of artists to, 56. Iraq, I think Kenya also has our artists. Kenya, please confirm. Yes, we have an artist in Kenya. I don't know why it's not here. It should be here. We have an artist system in Kenya as well. Last but not the least is our ARM's crash alarm and red telephone system. So basically a voice-based communication system with alarm activation, with small touch screen, COT platform, irrespective, very flexible functionality. You click, it goes to all the necessary stakeholders, be it the fire station, police station, and then you are able to get the attention you need. So I'll end my presentation now. I was given 20 minutes. I think I've been able to deliver within that same time. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
J'espère avoir respecté l'heure et merci pour l'opportunité.
You can have a seat or you I can have a seat. You can have a seat? Yes. There?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Merci.
It is a Christian, right? You say you are Christian, right? Me too. And we believe that good business comes from here. O momento agora é para 5 questões. 3, talvez. 5 ou 3? What you prefer? 3. Pronto. O momento agora é para questões. 3 apenas para a apresentação. Para questionar aqui o que foi apresentado pelo responsável da ARM's. Questões? Eu vou pedir o protocolo, se faz favor. As pessoas podem levantar as mãos, que é para questionar.
Si vous voulez faire des questions, vous levez votre main.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Can you give a minute, please? Your first name, please, and the country you represent, if you don't mind.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miguel Queta from Angola. Good presentation and very interesting integration from ARM. I want to know
C'est également
on your
important que vous
presentation,
fassiez de l'intégration de la CAN.
you
Alors j'aimerais savoir en ce temps, pendant votre
help us to
présentation,
know any system you can integrate. Is it? And do you have authorization from manufacturers to integrate the systems?
tout système peut être intégré.
There is no
Et
conflict.
s'il existe
And about the
l'autorisation
cybersecurity,
des
is
producteurs,
it warrant?
dans le
Please,
sens de
thank you.
permettre que tout autre système soit intégré, et s'il n'y aura pas de restriction dans
Thank you for the question. I think this is a very relevant question. When he was saying, introduce yourself with your name, I thought he was referring to me, so I was going to say my name again. Anyway, I'm Jubilant David, and I'm an African
Merci, je suis
Yes, so normally there's this technical document we require from third party,
la partie africaine.
and because we've been doing this for quite a long time, we are still able to get approval from some of the system manufacturers, most often 90% of the time, to be to do the integration and the interface. And obviously, yes, in terms of cybersecurity, obviously all the needed precautions, we don't joke with them. We ensure that all that's put in place so that there's no breach. So you can trust ARMs to do something that will not compromise your systems. Thank you.
Pour qu'il n'y ait pas de type d'engagement par rapport au système. Je vous remercie.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul from Kenya. Very good presentation. I had a talk with him outside there for some time. And my question was about the screens that you use. Do you apply the new screen or do you use the existing ones? Because one of the things that we have a problem with, other than the fact that we have too many screens in an ATC desk, there is a lot of clouded information in it. So like, for example, there is too much information on it. So if you are going to integrate and put all this data in one, will it not be cluttered? Or do you provide maybe a bigger screen than the one that was, the ones that were being used before? Thank you.
Un seul écran qui peut partager plusieurs images en même temps.
It's happened.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think this is also a very good question as well. So throughout the presentation, I keep mentioning that we are able to interface, collect relevant information. We do this in collaboration with the end user. You're the one going to use the system, so we mostly work with you throughout the entire process. So you will let us know, depending on what information you think is relevant, and then with that. And like I also said, you don't lose functionality. So the relevant information can be there for you to see and work with, but we can also give you a pathway. When you click on it, it gives you the full other controls that you probably think you may not need now. But the relevant information that you need, let's say on a metadata, on an AWS, or any other system that we can interface and integrate, that is what we will display on the HMI for you. So based on your own preference, we are able to configure it in that way. Thank you.
Tout en se basant sur les préférences du client. Donc nous pouvons faire ce que nous appelons une veste sur mesure.
Ok, obrigado. Coronel Bonifácio Miguel, seguramente. Bem, é o seguinte, eu se percebi bem, mas a minha pergunta vai no... Os dados que o sistema, que a empresa CAN, depois de fornecer ao cliente, onde são alocados os fluxos destas informações? Será que tem um comando de controle que é dado ao cliente para controlar, ou à empresa fabricante é que mantém a monitorização desses dados? Obrigado. E fiquei ultrapassado por esta questão pelo senhor que já
Merci, j'ai été un peu
fez a
dépassé par
abordagem.
cette
Obrigado.
question par
Você se fez
mon
perceber.
collègue qui est intervenu avant moi.
I got the question, but okay, so let me try to see if I understood your question. So your question is, you wanted to find out if we are the one who provide the data, or if the end user provides the data. And whether if that data is kept by us. I don't know if that was the question.
Donc les données sont gardées par les entreprises, les
Is that the
données
question,
qui
please?
sont cédées après aux clients.
De todo o sistema.
Donc
Okay.
de tout le système.
Refiro o fluxo que é colhido pela
Recueilli par
as informações
les informations
do vosso sistema.
de votre système.
Quem é que, ou não, até a verdade é onde é alocado para deter estas informações.
Où sont stockées ces informations après? Je me réfère au flux de sécurité.
E depois,
et après,
o cliente que
le
compra
client
esse
qui
serviço
achète
da empresa,
ces services de l'entreprise,
ele é quem
c'est lui
vai monitorizar
qui va
ou a
procéder au
empresa
suivi ou
fornecedora tem
l'entreprise qui
controle
fournit le programme
desse
a le
mesmo
contrôle
fluxo.
de tous ces moyens, de ces
Ou
informations.
informação, é melhor assim. Obrigado.
Je vous remercie.
Obrigado. Yes, I think the question is very clear now. Yes. We work with you.
Merci. Là, c'est votre question est claire.
The systems that you have available at your various site.
Nous avons travaillé avec les clients. Le
The
système que
systems
nous
that
avons,
you have available at your site. We interface,
le système
collect the
qui
information,
sera
and then
disponible,
display them on an HMI.
nous allons
We don't keep
interagir,
any information.
recueillir des informations
Everything
et
is stored. I wish I had one of
mettre
the
sur
technical guys here. Maybe they'll be able to
l'écran.
explain
Nous ne
more.
gardons
I can
pas
assure you,
et nous ne
still
réservons pas de
working on the
données
systems, we still don't have
des
access
clients.
to the data. The data is stored
Donc
locally,
après avoir
where
travaillé
you can use
sur
or
le
have access to
système,
the data. So
nous
we don't
n'avons
come
pas
in again after we have done the integration
accès
and
au
interface
système, à l'information.
at the various site.
Et
Because we
après
collect the
l'installation du
information,
système,
maybe we are
notre
able to
travail
connect via the sensors or via
Donc,
any of the ports that we are, any of the systems that we use in collecting this data. All of them is stored locally, either at the equipment room or the equipment shelters where we're able to do the interface from, but we do not store or we do not keep or still have access to the data.
Nous avons à peine accès pour pouvoir interagir
I
avec
don't know
le
if that
système,
answers the
donc
question.
l'interaction n'est pas gardée pour nous.
Thank you. Obrigado.
J'espère avoir
It's
répondu
done.
à la question.
More one?
I think that's fine. So just to add that we've been privileged to provided a stand right at the entrance of the building here. So you can pass by our stand if you have any question. I have lots of flyers, lots of brochures. Come and pick some and then come and ask me any other questions that you have. And I hope I will be in a position to help. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Et ensuite, vous pourrez poser vos questions.
Thank
Je
you.
serai là pour répondre.
From Attack Tower Solution, your presentation was excellent
Merci.
presentation. We are so happy with this.
C'est de la part du CAMS. Merci pour cette
Now,
excellente présentation.
we call the sponsorship from
Nous allons à
IASA.
présent appeler
Are you
le
there?
sponsor.
IASA? The sponsorship from IASA. Do you do later? We call now.
Qui va faire sa présentation plus
Not Jotrum, but Athenias.
qui vient après.
Athenias, not now. Athenias is ready. We have one representation of Anna too. We have there Anna
Et donc,
to
nous avons
represent
la
some
présentation
things.
de Elena.
You prepare some things for this moment or nothing? No.
Est-ce que vous avez quelque chose à préparer en ce moment?
Vamos fazer aqui uma pequena concertação.
Bon, on va faire ici une petite concertation.
Pequena concertação.
Donc,
Então
après
vamos
concertation.
passar para a apresentação da ARM26.
Tu peux me laisser prendre?
It's cold.
Ouais, j'arrête.
You're
Tu peux
afraid.
me laisser prendre et tout souffler un peu? Tu peux me laisser prendre le temps de souffler un peu?
You're freezing or afraid?
Non, mais attends, il reste seulement 5 minutes.
Oh, vas-y, profite, va souffler dehors, mettre de l'eau sur la tête.
Non, attends, je vais prendre ces 5 minutes.
Ça va. Non. 15h25, tu vas lâcher à 15h25.
Non, toi je vais lâcher à 20, pas à 25.
Non, 25.
Moi j'avais 20 dans mon téléphone. Toi à quelle heure lâcher toi?
40.
Ouais, moi j'ai 40.
40.
Ça me fait déjà 20 minutes, il reste 5 minutes. J'avais lâché à 20.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tutu Ndlovu from ATNS. Just like Jubilant, I'm part of the furniture at the IFATSEA event, but most importantly, ATNS is part of the furniture as well. So by show of hands, who has never done training at ATNS in this room? Who has never done training at ATNS? Only, no, you've done training at ATNS.
Oui, quelqu'un a fait quelques formations.
Yeah, so pretty much everybody knows ATNS, right? Yeah, and I think it's only 2 people. It's the gentleman over here, and I've seen you at the ATA. Nah, no, please. So yeah, basically everybody knows ATNS. We've had some sort of interaction with ATNS. So basically I'm preaching to the converted here. I'll just give you a brief overview of what we do who we are as ATNS and what we do. So basically, we're a state-owned entity under the Ministry of Transport with fellow companies like AXA, the airline, as well as the Civil Aviation Authority. We all report to the Ministry of Transport. The South African Civil Aviation Authority also plays a role as a safety regulator within ATNS, and then we also have an economic regulator that regulates our tariffs. And then in terms of our footprint, in South Africa, we operated 21 airports. The red airports that you see, the 9 airports that are red, are AXA-owned airports. And then the green airports that you see there are privately owned airports, some owned by municipalities and so forth. And then in terms of the international markets, we pretty much, the blue countries that you see on that map is the presence that ATNS has within the continent. The gray is mostly the Francophone countries which are under ASECNA. As ATNS, we have an MOU with ASECNA, so we do business with those states as well, in a sense. So yeah, this is the presence internationally that we have. We've just recently also done training with Jamaica, so this must be updated to include and reflect Jamaica. But yeah, so it's no longer 36, it's now 37 countries that we have a footprint in. And we offer a wide range of services, ranging from billings and collection, air traffic flow management, WGS 84, airspace design, aeronautical information services, NAFISET and VSET, telecommunications, engineering and technical services. We offer ARMA services, upper airspace services and consultancy services. But today I'd like us to focus on training, especially ATSEP training. So in terms of our training, HNS is an accredited, air traffic training organization. We offer ASAP training based on the ICAO Doc 10057, and we play a significant role in ensuring integration and interoperability of CNS and ATM systems. And the training that we provide is broken down into 5 phases, which starts with the selection process, basic training and qualification, equipment, unit and equipment training, continuation training, as well as developmental training. So this image just shows you it's a graphical overview of what I've just mentioned, the training that we have to offer, phase 0 to phase 4, so which is 5 training phases overall. And then in terms of the initial training, it starts from basic ATSEP training from 8 weeks right down to ATSEP systems monitoring and control, with the total duration of that initial training is up to 14 weeks. And then with this initial training for CNS, also I have 2 weeks of ATSEP communication for communication of voice and data. And then for navigation, we all have ILS, VOR, and DME, 2 weeks each, totaling 6 weeks. And then we also have surveillance qualification training, which totals 5 weeks. And then in terms of unit training, also have communications training, which starts with Frequentis right down to visit to communication equipment. And I just wanted to attest that Jubilant was not lying. Can you see we do offer ATSEP communication systems, ATSEP ATIS equipment. So yeah, he was telling the truth. And we also have other navigation and surveillance training. And that is the duration of the training over there. And this is where what I'm excited most about is the continuation and developmental training. So as much as we offer all the other training, but this is a special invite for the 3 courses that I've highlighted, the systems maintenance management for 2 weeks, as well as the cybersecurity. We heard Mr. Frank's discussion this morning on the importance of cybersecurity. And this is a course that we're offering actively at the ATA currently. And then as well as the ATSEP systems monitoring and control. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is me and that is my invite. Please come talk to me if you're interested in any form of training, would like to get a quotation on the training, would like ACAMs also have a stand in front. I'm also inside the room here. We do have training schedules available for you if you want to have a look at the availability and so forth. I'm here for you. So we'll take questions and comments, but before I do that, can I ask the faces that you see at ATA, Sam and Thomas, to come please for the question and answer? Yes, those are the faces that you see at the ATA. Come on stage, gentlemen. Please, so I can ask you questions.
S'il vous plaît, venez jusqu'ici, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, you can jump onto the stage. We'll pick you up. Are there any questions?
Y a-t-il une question?
Sorry, gents, there are no questions.
Pas de question.
Oh, there's one question over there.
Okay, thank you for the presentation.
Merci beaucoup pour la
My name is
brillante
Beja
présentation.
from Kenya. Mine is about standardization. Like when you're offering a course which is equipment specific, like I've seen most of the unit training are equipment specific. What happens when you are dealing with a client who has a different equipment? Because like in Navit, we have so many suppliers. What I've seen in the training is very specific to a given supplier. What happens if you get a client who has a similar Navis but from a different origin? Thank you.
Thank you. Fortunately, we have the head of training and delivery who wears many hats here, so he can assist us with that question. Do you have a mic?
Nous avons beaucoup
Yeah,
de
thank
systèmes
you.
d'assistance,
Maybe I must just check
d'appui technique.
from Arak if am I allowed to wear the other hat, because I've just been given another hat. It might just be a conflict of interest. Mama, is it a conflict of interest? Yeah. No, great question, Elijah. And we get quite a lot of those where the client will ask for a specific piece of equipment. There is no easy way around it, in a sense. Most of the time, we pretty much end up with two options. Either we can refer that client to someone that we know very well that they can offer that training. Alternatively, we invest a bit of time on trying to understand that equipment, because if you look at, let me take radar systems, the principal operation of the radar is the same. The radar that comes from Elijah, you'll find that the button that you'll typically find from a radar manufactured by Mir is at the bottom. But the one from Elijah, the button is at the top, but both buttons, they perform the same functionality. So we approach it on that principle. We invest a bit on research and say, look, we should be able to assist you, but the conundrum that we often confronted with is the availability of that system. The systems that I have at the academy, I've got the luxury of able to break them and fix them. But the one that you've got as a client, you might have to take it offline for me then to be able to perform unit training there, which most, if not all the time, is almost impossible. To not have a system just for training. So it is an evolving challenge, but we just apply different approach based on the need of the client. It's not always a straight answer of saying, no, we can't help you. We try as best as we could, but it's a continuous challenge. I don't want to mention manufacturers, but I know that there are a couple of manufacturers on the continent. You find that those suppliers, not suppliers, but clients that they bought that piece of equipment, they've traded with us before. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Nous n'avons aucune connaissance pour une formation, une familiarisation.
Bem, minha pergunta vai quanto à formação na área das telecomunicações, na área de comunicação.
Si monsieur pouvait répéter sa question, donc c'est pas
os custos desta formação, normalmente
les coûts de cette formation
abrangem pacote de determinado número de pessoas.
Concerne le nombre de personnes
e pelo que eu ouvi aí de 2, 3 semanas, os custos são muito uma estimativa, mais ou menos, para a gente ter ideia quanto é que deve custar um curso de formação nessa área de comunicações. Obrigado. Por pessoa, né? Obrigado. Também talvez na navegação e vigilância também podem dizer mais ou menos, embora essa é uma pergunta do mercado que os clientes não gostam de falar, mas é uma estimativa pelo menos. Obrigado, era mais ou menos isso.
C'était plus ou moins cela ma question.
Thank you, gentlemen. Did you get the question?
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Tutu. But the question, I think the system was breaking a bit, but it was more around cost estimates, insofar as particularly on a Navy system, as to how much do we pretty much cost it for. And I have to be diplomatic in my answer because essentially our costs vary depending on the number of students that you enroll on that specific piece of course, piece of equipment. We do have a standard figure, but if you are Angola Air Force, you are bringing in 20 or 30 people to train with us. After time, I would not charge you the same way as someone that is bringing me 4 people on a specific piece of equipment or a system. So it varies. So I won't be able to give you a straight answer. Maybe the straight answer that I can give you, we are one of the cheapest ATO you can find on the continent.
So our costs are very much affordable. We do not compromise quality, but they are affordable because there are also the economic factors that we need to consider as the continent. That we value training. It's important that we have adequate competency, but it should not leave countries bankrupt just by charging exorbitant fees because we can, and we pride ourselves with the type of quality that we produce. We are very much cognizant of contributing to safer skies, particularly in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is why 99% of you in this room have trained with us, because you can afford us, right? Thank you very much. I don't think there's any other questions. Program Director, over to you. Thank you.
Encore une autre question? Maître de cérémonie, je vous remets la parole.
Please, Mr. Sam, and can you use your translator? I want to speak it is in Portuguese. Can you use it? Because I want to speak some things in Portuguese. You're supposed to understand.
J'aimerais parler en portugais. Est-ce que le système d'interprétation est prêt? Est disponible?
Thank you. No. It's necessary to answer, only to hear what I say. Bem, eu pensei, por se tratar da ATNS, que haveria muitas questões. E eu fiquei. Só mais uma pausa, porque a senhora também quer usar.
Je sollicite une pause.
Bem, eu disse que dizia que pensei por se tratar da ATNS, haveria muitas questões, porque nós, principalmente os adeptos que passaram na Academia ATNS e foram formados pela Academia ATNS, teriam muitas questões. Eu pensei que assim fosse. Eu estava a esperar a vez do Thomas. O Thomas já é um instrutor da ATNS, um responsável, que a maior parte dos adeptos aqui, não todos, passaram ou passamos por ele, né? Então eu pensei que houvesse muitas questões para a ATNS, mas contudo, eu acredito que a apresentação foi tão bem feita e que apenas duas questões foi colocada a ATNS. Fiquei surpreendido e os meus parabéns pela belíssima apresentação.
Une salve de palmas pour Madame Ndondozi.
Mais uma salva de palmas, sim, senhor. Uma senhora chamada Ndondozi, mas era da...
Nous avions aussi un monsieur qui s'appelait Ndondoni, mais qui est venu
e fizemos muito boa parceria com este colega da ATNS que chamava-se Ndondozi. Até hoje trocamos números e conversamos. Então, quando falou o nome do Ndondozi, trouxe-me um certo êxtase, levou-me um bocadinho há uns anos atrás que passei na ATNS e espero voltar. Faltaram umas 2%, tenho que ir buscar. Bem, era só para quebrar um bocadinho o gelo. O momento agora é para um break, não um breakfast, como é um break e fazemos network. Teremos uma hora para seguir. Voltamos então com a apresentação da Marave e da Road and the Sword. Não sei se estão prontos ou Sam quer fazer alguma alteração.
Je ne sais pas si Sam, mais vous avez des notions complémentaires ou opposées.
Please, we're waiting. We have time.
Pas de... Doivent continuer.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is John Mwangi. I work for Road and Shores, RNS, that in short form. And I'm a sales manager looking after Middle East and Africa region. I don't work alone. We work as a team of 3 individuals, but predominantly I'm looking after Africa region. And I'm based out of our regional office, which is in Dubai, but I'm from Kenya, so Africa is my home, and I always feel honored whenever I have an opportunity to be invited to attend such a forum. I believe most of the people in this room are quite familiar with RNS. It's quite a household name, and I'll not take so much time just to bring you to speed what we do, what we are good at, and what value can we bring to your institutions when it comes to providing the communication systems for ATC. In a very brief manner, Road and Shores is a company which was started more than 90 years by these 2 gentlemen, Dr. Rod and Dr. Schwartz, and still a family-owned company to date. And we don't have any listing in any financial or capital markets, which gives us a lot of flexibility when it comes to thinking in a very long-term strategy. We are very strong when it comes to innovation. As you can see, since 1933, when the first product was invented in the laboratory by these 2 gentlemen. But over the years, we keep innovating in the area of RF. RF is our main radio frequency, is our core competence. Any new development in that domain, we are always the first ones to come up with a native product that helps keep the sky safe. We are segmented in 3 different silos, I would call them. And majority of us who've gone through any engineering degree or diploma for that matter must have come across test and measurement equipment from Road and Shores. That's our main division, things like oscilloscope, spectrum analyzers. We have a dedicated segment for that area. Then in the middle, we have technology systems. That's where I belong. We, the ATC team, belong to the technology systems, where we combine all these expertise from different areas and put up systems that are suitable for different customer applications. And then on the right-hand side, we have the cybersecurity. As I think each and every one of us here can appreciate that cyber threat is real. So when we, the system manufacturers, are coming up with our systems, we have to be aware that when they are being used in the customer installations, they must be very strong enough that they are able to reject or withstand any threat that can come from any source across the globe. We are very well presented across the globe when it comes to development and the manufacturing, but predominantly most of our systems are manufactured out of Germany in Munich, but we also have other development centers in Singapore for Asia region and Malaysia. But why Road and Shores, we call ourselves a premium product because we control the value chain for our systems. Right from sourcing and making the components, small components of the systems, we manufacture it in-house. We don't rely on sourcing these components from third parties. We make them in-house. And this helps us to guarantee the quality that we deliver to our customers. When it comes to the footprint, we are quite present globally in the region, more than 100 countries. In Africa, fair presence. I believe some of the customers here have got our systems that are in their networks, our radio communication systems, which are in your networks and still running for 30, 40 years and counting. That's what we start for. But we are now that me being an African, I've got an assignment to get back to Africa, get back to these customers who are using our radios, which are 20, 30 years old, to try and educate them on the need to migrate to the newer IP technology systems.
Si nous pouvons changer vers les nouveaux
Too
systèmes.
much on the company introduction. I'll go straight to the ATC portfolio. We call it Satium, combination of two words, Satium and Premium. We pride ourselves to offer premium products for a good reason, reliable, super quality, German quality, and we are very close to the customer. Like for instance, in this region, we have our system integration system in Abu Dhabi. In case you have a customer who wants to take a turnkey system, turnkey solution from us, then we have to bring in our resources which are based out of Abu Dhabi. But out of experience, we've noticed that most of the customers would like to leverage and do that what we call a skills transfer to the local resources, and because we cannot afford to have offices in each and every country in the region, more than 70 countries in the region, we always prefer pushing our systems and our solutions through system integrators, the local-based companies where we train them and we offer them support so that they're able to deliver the system and offer after-sales support. We normally say when it comes to ATC communication, we offer all the products that you can think of in that domain, from the VCCS systems, from the UHF radios, VDF location, the direction finding systems, the analysis, the system to manage the bucket systems, the media gateways. If it's for one reason or the other, you're still having legacy systems and you want to start rolling out the IP network, then you have to come with the the media gateways to interface between the two domains. Then you have the management systems, such that, as our ACAM colleague said, yes, they're able to pull all the data from different manufacturers into their platform. But that does not mean that you can entirely ignore having a system coming together with the management system. Right from a microphone, from our portfolio manufactured by RNS, through to the radio, the VCS, to the cable and network analyzers, the calibration, the radio calibration systems, all from RNS. So our products are addressing different customer segments. It could be people who are interested in the calibration system in their laboratories. It could be the training schools like IASA and ATNS. We could be having the requirement for having our systems, so we can easily accommodate your requirements. At a very high level, our premium product, and I think recently you saw it in the news, we got a very huge contract from the US to the tune of close to $5 billion to modernize all the airports in the US. And that's because, of course, before we got that award, we had to go through a very rigorous competitive process, and we were eventually awarded by the US state. And that's a clear statement that our systems are very resilient and they are trusted by even the most developed markets in this world. And for the VCS, we provide all the elements in the VCCS systems, from the servers, the management servers, the telephony servers, the radio servers, the gateways, as I said earlier on, the CWPs, the compact ones that we call the radio control unit, the standard CWPs, all manufactured from our factories in the US and also in Romania. For the gateways, I think it's important that I talk about this because from this part of the world, we still have some networks which are having legacy systems, the analog systems, and you want to gradually migrate yourself into the IP future ready network, but you cannot afford to do it in one shot. So we have our own gateways that help interface between the IP network and the analog network.
appliquer certaines procédés qui peuvent nous aider dans la
On the radio
migration
side,
des tests vers les réseaux
very
analogiques.
small form
En ce qui concerne
factor,
les côtés
VHF,
radio,
UHF.
nous avons
These
un
mostly
facteur
for
élevé HF
civil application, but also very, very useful for military
mais également
application.
très utile pour les
And
applications
these are
militaires.
the ones that we are now trying to migrate the customers who've been using our older generation of 4100 series, for instance. Now we encourage them to migrate to 5200 series because it's the most modern and IP radio that we are offering.
Nous faisons cette migration.
And for oceanic coverage, a very good example is here in Angola. I think they are already using the 4100 series HF radios, which can start from as low as 150 watts and can go as high as 10 kilowatts. Yeah, the 10 kilowatts definitely is a liquid cooled radio, very high power that can give you very good, very large mileage coverage.
Qui puisse garantir une grande
On the management systems, for sure, if it's a radio, let's say you order 100, 200 radios from us, we always recommend to have a radio management system together with the radios, just only focusing on having one central platform where you can manage all the radios in your network. If it's VCCS, let's say you roll out VCS in 210, I don't know how many number of airports that you can do that. Then that comes with your own separate management system for VCS only. On the direction finding systems also from RNS, which also very helpful. It's enhancing situation awareness for the air traffic controllers. If you have such a requirement, we are also able to support with that. And then on the last piece of information that I can share with you is on our analysis portfolio. This is where we have our test and measurement equipment, CMA 180, for instance, for calibrating your analog and IP radios, a very known product in the ATC market. And then for cable and antenna analyzer, test and measurements for that. Then we have the quality. Let me jump to the passive voice quality measurement system, where you can have probes installed inside your network and you're able to get all the key parameters with regards to your voice quality, things like a mean opinion score and the likes. So all these, we call it, we all classify it under the category of analysis domain. That's how it looks. And I think I'll stop from there at that point. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. But I'm also have a stand at the outside there. If you, for one reason or the other, you may not be able to ask any question at this moment, I'll be studying here. I'm here today and tomorrow and the day after. And I'm more than happy to respond to any queries that you could be having on how I may support you.
Satisfait et disponible pour pouvoir entendre de vous et c'est quelques inquiétudes que vous aurez. Merci.
Thank you for your great presentation.
Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation.
O momento agora é reservado às questões, se assim houver. O primeiro nome, ou primeiro segundo nome e a empresa que representa.
Ou l'institution que vous représentez.
Bruno Pedro.
Je m'appelle Bruno Pedro.
ATSEP.
ENA.
Vou falar em português.
Je vais parler en portugais.
Tem tradução. Primeiro saudar.
J'aimerais premièrement saluer Monsieur le directeur.
Saudar o diretor pela brilhante apresentação do produto. Mas a minha questão é muito rápida e breve. Considerando o segmento da pergunta do meu colega do Quênia, com a preocupação da integração da formação
du Kenya en ce qui concerne
Também
l'intégration
vem em
des sciences
sequência
d'information
da preocupação
et
da
des
integração do
préoccupations,
produto
donc l'intégration du produit.
com o produto que agora fez a apresentação
Maintenant,
com
vous avez fait la présentation
os outros provedores.
avec
Por
les autres
exemplo,
fournisseurs.
a empresa
ou
que representa
serveurs.
que foi passado, que é a
L'entreprise
ROD,
que vous
tem garantia
présentez
de integração, ou os
garantie
sistemas
sur
estão
l'intégration. Les
preparados
systèmes sont
para integrar com
préparés
outras
pour s'intégrer
plataformas,
avec des
outros
autres plateformes et
operadores.
des autres
Do
opérateurs.
exemplo, por
Par
exemplo,
exemple,
de um dos sistemas,
de d'autres
o
systèmes, le
VCCS,
VCS,
que vos apresentais.
donc que vous avez présenté.
Existem estados ou
des États ou
países
des pays
que têm outros tipos de
qui ont
rádio.
d'autres types de radios.
A pergunta é: estão
La question
preparados,
est,
mas está preparado
êtes-vous
para
préparé
integrar
à pouvoir intégrer
com outros provedores?
d'autres
Esta é a minha
fournisseurs?
pergunta e muito obrigado.
C'est ma question, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would
Merci beaucoup.
give you feedback in English.
Je vais faire mon
Yes,
feedback en anglais.
integration,
Oui,
yes, it
l'intégration.
is. It can be integrated. Let's say, for instance, you buy
disons, par
VCCS from Road and Shores.
Vous comprenez un VCS,
Our VCCS is IP based.
SCS,
Yeah,
et notre VCS,
and then in your network
c'est
you have
IP-based.
analog radios
Alors, dans votre
for
réseau,
example.
vous avez des radios analogiques, par
Then
exemple.
I will recommend to you in my BOQ to
Donc, je
have my
recommande-
VCCS and a gateway.
que vous
This
ayons
gateway is to help you
VCS,
integrate your
et
analog
avec le gateway,
radios
le gateway
into
va vous aider à
IP
intégrer votre radio
VCCS.
analogique
Right?
à mon IPVCS.
You could be having analog telephony that you want to integrate
Vous pouvez avoir
into
un
the
téléphone
IP
analogique.
VCCS. So that means you have to have a
Ce qui veut dire
gateway,
que
the telephony
avoir
gateway
besoin
to
d'un
interface
gateway,
between your analog
un
telephony
gateway
network
téléphonique
into the
pour faire
IP-based
une interaction entre le
VCCS,
système analogique
right?
à l'IPVCS.
Let's say you want to pull our data from our radios
À partir
into
de
ARCAMS,
VCS.
right?
Par exemple,
Then you
si
have
nous
an
voulons prendre,
API interface where we'll
radio à la
give them
CAMS,
rights. Of
nous
course,
avons l'interface
there could be some price implication on
API.
ACAMS. Then they can pull
Il y
the
aura
data
beaucoup
from
de prix,
us
des coûts,
into their
des
system.
coûts additionnels.
But if you
Parce qu'ils
have
veulent intégrer notre
IP radios and you are bringing
système à
in
leur système.
IP
Si vous avez
VCS,
une radio
VCCS,
IP
then
que vous aimeriez
that's a matter
faire
of networking which
système
can be done by
IPVS,
any system
il y a
integrator.
un
But
problème
if
de
you
radio
want
qui peut être
professional services
résolu
from
par un
RNX, from
intégrateur
Road
de
and
réseau.
Shores, yes, we can.
Si vous avez par exemple
As I said,
des systèmes de
our
Rolls-Royce,
integration
c'est bien
team
clair,
for the region is sitting in Abu Dhabi.
je peux
That's
vous
why we have
garantir
our
que notre
system
équipe
integration
régionale
center.
basée
We
à
can
Abu
bring them
Dhabi,
into the country
nous
to
avons là
perform
notre
the
centre,
integration for
nous,
you.
nous allons
However,
dans votre pays pour procéder à
because
l'intégration
I
de
know
vous.
I come from Africa and I
Toutefois,
know
je viens
we are
d'Afrique
cost
et je sais
sensitive, I don't
que nous sommes
recommend that
sensibles
model. I
en
recommend
matière
where
de
I
coûts,
offer
donc
my
je ne
system
recommande
through
pas
a
ce
local
modèle.
system
Donc,
integrator
je vous recommande
just to try and
toujours un
optimize the
système
price. But
avec un
if,
système
of course, we do
d'intégrateur
the
local.
bucket support
Mais
to
c'est
the
bien
system
clair que
integrator,
nous
we don't
avons
leave them alone. We work behind them. But if you still
nous
need
travaillons
our
toujours avec des
resources,
fournisseurs,
RNS resources to
mais
come
nous
on
avons
site and
besoin
do the
d'une
integration, then
ressource.
yes, we can do that.
Nous avons vu que oui, quand il y a la question d'intégration, nous allons la faire.
Thank you. More question?
Merci. Y a-t-il d'autres questions?
Acho que o silêncio diz tudo. Thank you for your presentation. Was only one. Congratulations for
Merci
this.
beaucoup pour votre présentation. Il y a eu à peine une question. Donc, félicitations à vous.
A seguir, vamos ter a apresentação da Jotron.
Maintenant, nous allons avoir une autre présentation.
E iremos finalizar
Nous allons
com a
finaliser avec,
Deltec. Correct? Mr. Sam. Thank you.
Merci. Ouf. Je vais pas souffler dehors hein, pour ne pas somnoler.
Good afternoon. I was hoping that my presentation and the other presentations will come after coffee break so that you are more cheerful. But I'll try to keep it short, and I'll start because of that with a video of 5 minutes just to engage you. It's a video that Jotun made some 7-8 years ago, so it's not up to date, and that's why after that I will have few slides where I will tell you what's new after that. So hope that will be interesting and you will not fall asleep.
J'espère que ce soit une vidéo intéressante.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nenad Jankovic. I'm based in Norway, and Jotun is a Norwegian company. I'm originally from Serbia, ex-Yugoslavia, but I live in Norway, and I'm responsible for the Balkan region, African countries, some countries in Asia. So I have quite a huge portfolio. And of course, I've lived in, because I lived in Kenya for almost 11 years, I have a very personal connection with Africa, and I'm always happy to be guest and to have opportunity to give presentation. This is my second time in Angola, and I hope tonight and tomorrow evening will be fun. Thank you.
Ça serait vraiment un bon moment pour se divertir.
This one. Yeah. Need to share the screen. I do not see anything here. Okay.
Space is high, critical decisions need to be made rapidly. The communication equipment happens to deliver 100%. For decades, Jotron has been a supplier of critical civil and military communication equipment for air traffic control and maritime applications. The Jotron Group is organized into two divisions: maritime and energy communication, air traffic control and coastal communication. Sales and service offices in Newcastle, UK, Houston, UAE, Singapore, and a worldwide network of agents, distributors, and partners. Jotron is truly a global supplier. Being at the technological forefront of the industry is very important to Jotron. It spends in excess of 10% of its revenue on R&D every year. Jotron is proud of the performance of its products, which are tested to the most demanding requirements, latest standards. Every day, Jotron products are being used in extreme applications all over the world. From standard everyday procedures to critical and dangerous incidents. From busy major airports to vital coastal communication and the important oil and gas industry. Being able to communicate is a prerequisite for development and product. In a complex world where the pace is high and critical decisions need to be made rapidly, the communication equipment has to deliver 100%. For decades, Jotron has been a supplier of critical civil and military communication equipment for air traffic control and maritime applications. The Jotron is organized into two divisions: maritime and energy communication, air traffic control and coastal communication. Jotron has 250 employees on 3 continents. Jotron's headquarters and main production and sales facilities are located in Norway. In addition, Jotron has production in Lithuania and Singapore, and sales and service offices in Newcastle, UK, Houston, USA, Singapore, and a worldwide network of agents, distributors, and partners. Jotron is truly a global supplier. Being at the technological forefront of the industry is very important to Jotron, and the company spends in excess of 10% of its revenue on R&D every year. Jotron is proud of the performance of its products, which are tested to the most demanding requirements and latest standards. Every day, Jotron products are being used in extreme applications all over the world. From standard everyday procedures to critical and dangerous incidents. From busy major airports to vital coastal communication and the important oil and gas industry. When everything else fails, Jotron safety equipment must perform. Since the early 1970s, Jotron has been a well-respected name in the air traffic control and marine markets. Over a period of several decades, to more than 100 countries in all the continents of the world, Jotron has delivered a total of more than 15,000 radios from a wide range of high-performance VHF and UHF band units designed and built for the civil, military, and oil and gas sectors. The 7000 series digital multi-mode unit is for Jotron's 6th generation of ATC radios. The radio was one of the very first on the market, with voice-over IP capability. The product features VHF and UHF AM voice and data, VDL Mode 2, and is fully compliant with the latest version of ED137. Jotron's digital 7000 VHF radio is also the basis for the VHF FM radios for coastal communication, specially designed for coast stations and offshore installations. For mobile installations, emergency solutions, and smaller airports, Jotron offers the TR-810 VHF AM ground-to-air radio. This unit is also suitable for helideck installations. Jotron has developed an advanced computer-based control and monitoring system for remote monitoring of radios. While Jotron's third-generation voice-over IP-based remote radio control system, RRC 7700, offers flexibility of operation, system configuration, and installation. Ricochet is Jotron's world-leading synchronized recording and replay system within the ATC and marine markets. Ricochet captures, replays, and analyzes all data in readiness to deliver the total scenario when reconstruction of an incident is imperative. The system complies with international security standards, and practically all available types of data can be recorded. The system is of enormous benefit to air traffic controllers, supervisors, and management for training and quality improvement purposes. Jotron knows the market and has the best professionals to ensure optimum solutions and world-class products. System design, filter and antenna calculations, FAT and SAT, commissioning, installation, service and maintenance. Every day, Jotron products are being used in thousands of applications all over the world. When everything else fails, Jotron equipment must perform.
Donc, si les Cap Verts gagnaient l'Arabie Saoudite, les Cap Verts auraient 5 points. L'Espagne en a déjà 4.
Thank you.
Nous avons pu, merci, nous vous remercions.
So as I said, that video was taken some years ago. So in the meantime, as you can see, we've changed the logo, but that's not all. We have also acquired some more companies in order to expand the portfolio. So in the video, we had only radios and Ricochet recording. And from last year, May, we also have a voice communication switch. I will show you a little bit. We bought a company from the Netherlands, from Amsterdam, that has been manufacturing voice communication switch since 1989.
Qui fabrique les switches de communication de voix de 1999.
As you can see, we also have a global presence with the head office in Norway and sales offices in Houston, Newcastle, UK, Lithuania, several offices actually in Norway, and office in Singapore, Jotron Asia, covering that market. And like I said, from last year, we have office also in Amsterdam. So when you come for FAT, you can decide which country you haven't seen, so that you can visit us, or we can organize trainings and FAT in one of the countries that you haven't been before, or you enjoy coming back to. Giving us that global footprint actually allow us to have customers, some of the largest airlines, ANSP providers, also defense and coastal authorities. As you know, Jotron first started with maritime products and also communication, search and rescue equipment for boats and also for oil and offshore market. And in Angola, we've been present in both maritime market and also ATC market. And I think that relationship is now more than 25 years old, and we are proud to have a customer in Angola. This is just some of the customers that we have. In last year, we have invoiced around 110 countries, and with all products, both maritime and ATC. So we want to make basically the travel both on air, at sea, at land, as safe as possible. As you can see, this is just one slide to show you our products, which are designed for shipping industry, offshore fishing fleets, governmental vessels, and for leisure boats. We call them orange products, but for this type of markets, we actually have 80% of the world market. So Yotron is 80% and 20% are other manufacturers. When it comes to ATC and coastal portfolios, in addition to the AM, VHF, we have also FM for the coastal communication that is deployed in South Africa, a lot of countries basically around all Scandinavia, Singapore, Hong Kong, the whole coast of Spain. It's Yotron coastal radios. And in addition, like I said, it's now VCS as part of the portfolio because when Indra started bought Parker, and Rodenschweiz is already a big company, respectful. When we come for this type of events, I thought maybe we are too small and not interested too much for you. So you mainly gather around the other stands and not so much. So let's say, okay, let's buy one more company that we increase the portfolio and basically round the communication. So everything from control working position in the air traffic control, then to the equipment rooms, but still focusing only on communication equipment. I will not say more about radios because we had quite a large project in Angola where Teltec was cooperating with us, and they will present a little bit more about that project. We have just signed a contract with, since Sam is here, I can maybe mention, with ADNS for all the big airports and also first installation will happen at his training center, ATNS training center. And then all other sites like Cape Town, Johannesburg, and all other big airports will be deployed during the year or later this year and beginning of next year. We also had Ricochet recording in South Africa since I think 2010 or 11. So this is a continuation of our good relationship with ATNS. Ricochet is deployed, I think, in most of the countries around Africa. We have it in at all airports in Nairobi, Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, Namibia, Botswana, Sudan, Egypt, a lot of sites. And actually, we are proud to say that Ricochet is probably one of the best recording products on the market. And if customers in the Middle East, Asia want to have like Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Paris, all the customers that need reliable recording systems, they normally go for Ricochet. When it comes to radio, I always like to say that I cannot say that one is better than the other. It's more like between Parker, Rodenschweiz, and us. I would say it's whether you like BMW, Mercedes, or Yes, OD. So
C'est comme si on disait celui qui a
some of you will favor one over another, but the quality of all products is good and it's on par. And it's with whichever system you buy, it's you have decided well. And to answer the question, although I was not asked, but when it comes to integration with other manufacturers, of course, doesn't matter whether you have voice communication from any other manufacturers, radio from us, or recording from anybody else, everything is functioning well and integrated. We've worked with all biggest and basically all existent manufacturers of voice communication and also recording systems, and it's working well. And I think the case in Angola, as you will see, it's the same. One of the newer products that was released this year, it's something called Ricochet Investigator. Yeah, it's a product that is designed for investigators that used to spend days typing or listening and typing, creating reports on the incidents that happened. We have created a tool that within very short time, using AI technology and AI trained models, can give you reports, speech to text, radar data, everything in a report that is very concise and saves a lot of time for the investigators. So this I think it's we are one of the first products of this type in the market. And so far, the feedback that we've received from different customers is very good. So I hope for those of you that have Ricochet can also try this one. As I said, this investigator gives very high accuracy. It's extremely time savings, easy to interface, and it's secure by design. When it comes to reference projects, we've delivered big projects almost across the globe, but some of the latest projects were in Tanzania, where we deployed equipment to more than 30 sites, 12 airports, and the project included voice communication switch, radios, and recording. Also a project that you will hear about in Angola that was commissioned in March 2025 across multiple sites, and that included everything from the civil works, shelters, and other equipment that you will hear. We have done the projects in Angola for all the regional airports, similar type, supplying full turnkey solutions, including weather systems, consoles, remote control units, radios, and recorders, and the same across 30 sites in Namibia and many other countries. So thank you. That was all from me.
Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate. Questions? We open now for the question, if somebody have or not. The silence say everything. Thank you for your time. O momento agora é reservado para a última apresentação do dia, que será feita então pela Teltec. It's your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Janko Barkhuizen from Teltec. We are a Namibian-based company, mostly focused on system integration. Just one moment. Yeah, so thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to present us and to be part of this event. So Teltec is a company that started in 1950 in Namibia. Originally, it started as a company that built HF radios and assembled two-way radios. You know, in those days, it was not possible to ship equipment everywhere in the world. So these guys designed it themselves, and they built towers and some telephone systems. And over the years, we evolved into sorry, let me just get this. We evolved into different sectors. So we split the company into avionics and communication, security, and alternative energy. And yeah, this is a bit outdated, our presentation, so I have to fix this. But we mostly focus on African countries, sub-Sahara mostly. We've done some work in the far north of Africa, but yeah, mostly sub-Sahara Africa, and we work with multiple vendors across the globe. Sometimes we represent their product, and sometimes we subcontract for them. Yeah, as you can see on the avionics side, we cover the whole spectrum. Over the years, we evolved also from always subcontracting all our work back to the manufacturers, to telling the manufacturers they must train our people so that we can do the work ourselves. So we've done a lot of projects with Jotron, and we've done some with Rohde & Schwarz, and yeah, multiple other vendors. Our security part is mostly electronic security. So everything from CCTV to access control, yeah, control rooms, and most of our projects, we integrate all our different sectors into one, but I'll show you one of our projects a bit later. Yeah, our communications, like I said, we started with two-way communications many years ago, and we are still in that business. We went over a bit to LTE systems over the years and IoT systems as the technology expanded. Yeah, we took on different markets. And as part of our portfolio also, we do alternative energy. We do from solar systems to wind backup systems, different battery storage systems. Yeah. So this is some of our older projects we've done. In Namibia many years ago, we had a big overhaul where we replaced all the VCS, VRS, VHF equipment from the ACC up to the airport also. As you can see there, we did 51 VHF sites. Some of them were greenfield sites where we had to put shelters, build towers, solar systems, microwave fiber. That is one speciality of Teltec, where we take your problem and we come with a complete solution. Just since you're all technical, you'll probably find this interesting. So this is some of our sites that we've built. And I don't know if who of you have been to Namibia, but a big part is a desert. So building a site in a desert, that's a challenge. Yeah, one of my proud moments for my team was also when we built a few 120-meter towers, and that was quite a challenge. This is some of our security systems. We normally do it for banks and bigger buildings. We also integrate the whole system into one platform. Yeah. I just want to show you a presentation of some of our projects. Yeah, so I think in 2024, Jotron signed a contract with ENA to replace or to upgrade the whole VHF system countrywide. And Teltech was subcontracted to handle all the works. Yeah, so we basically use mostly their old airports, and then we build a few new sites on the airports. And it covered their entire FIR. We also upgraded their current VCS to accommodate all the new channels. So this is just a overview of the area we covered, and you can see from the coverage plots, the whole country was covered. This is very technical, but some of you might find it interesting, all the different frequencies we used, bringing everything back to Luanda, to the old airport, the ACC, but also at the same time to the new airport. The timeline that we finished this project was, I must say, our team, they really performed. We had about a year to finish the project. First, we thought it would be impossible. But the guys worked very hard, and we basically completed the contract just within a year's time. And that was, I can't remember exactly how many sites, but I think it was about 16 or 18 sites. And you'll see some pictures now. So a lot of the sites were also greenfield, where we came in, we did all the civil works, we built the shelters, we shipped everything from Namibia with a few trucks. All the Jotron equipment came from Norway. It was a huge logistical challenge, but it went quite well. This is just some pictures of the completed sites. So Angola said, or ENA said, we're not going to take any chances. So we put in grid power, we put in generators, we put in solar, and a lot of batteries. So they never have any sites that are off. Just some of the team members. Yeah, and there you can see some of the radios and the filters, and the generator. Yeah. Sorry, that didn't come quite as well as I thought it would come out. So that's just an overview of our project here in Angola. And then I have one more slide on another project we also completed. So, as you know, Angola has a massive FIR oceanic, and that needs to be covered. So the current HF systems didn't work, and we were contracted to replace it with a Rood & Swart's HF system. We had to cover 1,500 nautical miles. Originally, the project consisted of 5 kilowatt transmitters, but we convinced them if you put a proper antenna, we could actually cover the whole oceanic with 1 kilowatt transmitters. So as you can see, it's a huge oceanic part. And there's just some propagation studies we did with our manufacturing, the antenna manufacturer. Yeah. And if, one thing I've learned over the years in RF, your radio can be as good or bad, but if you have a bad antenna, it's a mess. So we actually went with an antenna that was designed in the US, and the furthest we've tested was up to Madagascar, a plane standing on the ground. With this project, we also put in a huge backup system so that they never have issues if the power maybe dips. This is just the RCMS system and the control unit. just some installation photos. Okay. Thank you very much. Short presentation. If there's any questions, you can just ask me. You're welcome.
Thank you, Taltak, with your presentation. Beautiful presentation. We have a question. I can't believe that. No question. Bem, o silêncio diz tudo. Finalmente foi feita a última apresentação. Quero desde já agradecer a todos que por aqui passaram, e em especial a estes dois senhores que tiveram cuidado, não diria cuidado, diria o atrevimento, que nunca aconteceu uma reunião deste nível. E se por acaso houve alguma gafe, acredito que é próprio, porque disse que antes de começar a andar engatinha-se, né? E depois de engatinhar começa a dar os primeiros passos, a levantar, cai, levanta, cai. E depois de apanhar o ritmo nunca se cai mais. Portanto, ao senhor presidente da Associação dos ATSEPs, o nosso muito obrigado. É o primeiro dia e acredito que teremos mais 2 ou 3 dias para frente. E ao secretário, incansavelmente, vê-se que tem tomado muito chá de camomila, porque essa calma não é do nosso presidente. Eu estou a ver o presidente muito calmo, pronto. Bem, então fechamos aqui hoje, mas portanto vou chamar aqui o senhor Sam, por favor. Sam, please, for close our meeting today. Saubona.
Thank you, Program Director. It's a wrap for today. Thank you very much for bearing with us. We had a technical late start, but we managed to catch up. If you look carefully on the program, we're supposed to adjourn at 17:30. It's 1700, so I've deprived you an afternoon tea. But you can say by definition, we are finishing on time. But it has been a great privilege. The engagements, quite informative. I think the opening ceremony in the morning, they did set a good start and a pace for that. And in between, we had an excellent leadership conversation with the CEO of Marave, spearheaded by engineer Frank Kofiapi. Why am I saying Kofiapi? Okochuku. We've got another Frank by the name of Piaget, the same name, who's our president of IFATSEA, but we had Ifeni Okochuku. And what a way to wrap up with our sponsors, whom we are dearly indebted, and we are thankful for the support that we continue to receive from them. If I may to use these words for the lack of a better word, now I've got usual suspects that when you mention the name IFATSEA, they don't ask too many questions. They just respond as to when. And with your permission, Program Director, I will mention them out. ACAMS, we highly appreciate the support that you continue to receive. Jotron, we highly appreciate the support that we continue to receive from you. Rots and Schwartz, we highly appreciate the support we continue to receive from you. ATNS of South Africa, we highly appreciate the support you continue to receive. And I was quite happy to see Teltec. I think Teltec is the new sponsor on board. They're going to stay with us. IASA is on board. Thank you very much to our colleagues from West Africa. The Uganda CAA from the Pearl of Africa, they are also part of the fold. There are other, who am I missed out? And obviously, the principal sponsor, highly appreciate the support that they've given us and all the other sponsors that we have. There are other sponsors that typically support us in the events of this nature, but this time around they were unable to assist, but they did respond to our call that they will join us. Maybe for the benefit of the sponsors, particularly those that are repeating sponsors, we will meet again. Let me rephrase, we are planning to meet again around about April, between April and June in 2027 in Nigeria. So if you can keep it in your diary, so that when we come and knock, as our friends from Nigeria will say, God willing, around April to June in 2027. But you will get informations around that. It has been great fun. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn for today. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow, where we are kickstarting with the panel discussions. I think we've got about 3 panel discussions that are lined up and a presentation in between. It's going to be very technical in design, but that's the nature of the beast. I think you will thoroughly enjoy it. Do make it on time, 9 o'clock if you can, so that we are able to start on time and we are able to conclude on time. With that being said, thank you very much for your patience and your attendance. Let's adjourn for today. Thank you very much.